Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. What is up, guys? How's it going? It is Saturday night, Sunday morning. We've had a beautiful day of bombing the ever-loving fuck out of an entire dictatorial regime. Trump keeps pulling off the one-move checkmate. His opponents hate this one dirty trick, murder. It's kind of funny. I'm like very much like no wars and stuff, please. Like don't get us to war. And he hasn't. He still hasn't done that because Venezuela, we went in, said, "Hey, you took our oil a while ago. It's ours again, and so are you. Get in a jail cell, bitch." That's funny, no matter how you slice it. Nicolas Maduro, huge cunt, deserves everything he gets. Put him in Gen Pop. It'll be even funnier. Who cares about that guy? And then, just I think 15 days ago, Khomeini is like, "You cannot defeat the Islamic State." Okay, we'll try, though. We can do pretty good. We did a good job. Wonderful job. Beautiful service members. Oh, I love American soldiers. They're very efficient, very effective. Ah! Woo! So that's fun. That's hilarious. Let's see. SMS 1776-2000. You do not have a membership. Do not fool yourself into thinking that you have achieved something great without justifying it. You are not a member. We will switch to members later. We will switch to members a little bit later. Hopefully about 45 minutes to an hour, somewhere in there, maybe somewhere like that. And I'm not going to lie, guys, these membership streams are really fun for me to do. And they're also a total grift. They're total grift. I'm 100% here to, goddamn, crooked glasses. What are we doing? These don't really change that much. They're just sitting weird. Okay. I am here tonight on a mission. And that mission is I got to replace this streaming PC, my work PC, pretty soon. So, hoping to get some people to join up for memberships, drop some super tips, and all that good stuff. But the way we're going to do that is not by sitting around and reminding you and begging you and all that shit. I mean, I'll do the member jokes and stuff because they're funny to me. I enjoy them. But we're just gonna do a good show. We're gonna laugh at stuff. I think. Yeah, this is true, Case Starler. It is my face, I think. Yeah, we're just going to do a show and have some fun. The content gods are smiling on us, guys. The content gods have been dropping just beautiful, I don't want to call them nuggets They're those like fucking US aid crates we used to drop, the corruption crates. It's like, here you go, Ugandan war chief. Steal it from the people. It's all the rice and peanut butter you could eat. And they would drop it, and like the Ugandans would run up, and then they get killed by the other Ugandans. Take them. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go up and take all the content. We got a couple different ideas for tonight. Probably a decent chunk of Kurt. Probably a decent chunk of Kurt. And don't worry, he's got chunk to spare. So he'll be okay. He'll be okay. But we had, so I wasn't going to do an entirely Kurt show. I wasn't going to do an entire, and it's not going to be entirely Kurt. To be clear, that's not going to be, it's not going to be entirely Kurt. I wasn't going to do an entirely Kurt show. I was going to do less. And we may still kind of do it this way for at least some of the show. You know, Kurt reviewed the State of the Union, like most of my colleagues, and I thought like we could kind of check out their reactions to the State of the Union. You know, just kind of check in on them, maybe see what they say that's fun or stupid. Who knows? So that's what I was gonna do. That's what I was gonna do. But then I get a notification on my phone today while I was hanging out with my sons they had a speech meet. They tend to have them on Saturdays. My one son got 5th place overall in his category, which is cool. My other son delivered excellent speeches, but he did not place in the finals this time. So next time he'll hopefully get there. It's his first year in speech, so, you know, like, I don't know if I even, it's funny, I was thinking about it. I was like, I did my finals, or I did my speech year, because I only did 1 year of speech in high school as a senior. So I never thought about doing speech. That sounded horrible. And then my buddy was like, you should do it. And I was like, oh, okay, sounds cool. Let's do it. So I did it for 1 year, and so I think I only got into the finals like one time the entire year. But I had a lot of fun doing it. But I was laughing. I was like, you know what is funny is that out of all of the speech competitors in the state of Minnesota in 1999 to 2000 school year, I wonder if we did like a ranking of who ended up using speech successfully in their career. I wonder where on that list I would fall. I certainly placed better now than I ever did at a tournament. So that'd be kind of fun. I looked up the guy who won like the overall all state or whatever. And he ended up being like a community service officer, you know, like a cop. It's like, oh, okay, good, I guess. Good job. But yeah. Is this gold or tan? What the jacket? The jacket is it's not gold or tan. It's like I think teak is the color, maybe. Something like that. It's like wheat plus green is a good way to describe it, maybe. So we've got, so I'm sitting there. I'm sitting at the speech meet. I get a notification. Boom, Uncivil Law has posted a video. Like, oh. Okay. Well, what is it? What is it? Uncivil Law has continued to tell us about his lawsuit. He is going, yes! He is reviewing the next thing, his opponent's motion to dismiss. So this will be our first actual look at Kurt's opponent's legal work and his opinion of that. Because he started to do that with the answer and the counterclaims. But he just could breeze past it. I was like, there's nothing here. Let's talk about me some more. So it's like, okay. And we got some good stuff out of Kurt from that. But we didn't really get his assessment of his opponent. But we have that. We have now Kurt going through his opponent's motion to dismiss. Very important. Very, very important. So that's good. And then I was watching Kurt cover the UN Security Council meeting. Like I just clicked it on for a minute, and I was immediately compelled to watch the whole thing. I was like, holy shit. He's so like, his commentary just isn't anything. There's nothing there at all. But it was funny to me. I don't know that it's objectively funny, but it was subjectively funny. And so I'm sitting there watching it, and then Kurt says magic. And it's not for tonight. This is not for tonight. Kurt said something that warmed my heart. He said, I want to go to the gym. I need to go to the store. Get stuff for, I think, chicken soup. Yeah, I think I was going to do a cooking video soon on chicken noodle soup. Yeah! Oh! Oh, yes! It's not out yet, but it's coming. It's coming? Oh, man, I can't wait. I cannot wait. I've been waiting for another Kurt cooking video. So, hopefully soon, we're going to get that. And then something else happened this weekend, guys. And some people sent me stuff. Or they sent me one thing, but two people sent me the same thing, and it was a screenshot of a Kurt tweet. It was very funny. It was the same Kurt tweet, and it was the same analysis of it, which is perfect. And then I thought, hey, you know what? I bet there's more of this if I go look. And I looked, and it was right there. There was definitely more of it, just right in the open. So we've got some of that, just some fun Kurt tweets to take a look at. And then I don't know what else we're going to do tonight. We'll see. America and Israel just killed 70 plus schoolgirls after striking a school. Who are the real terrorists? I definitely believe the Iranian media. I definitely do. This makes me really sad, I guess. I don't know why it makes me sad. I'll explain. Hrunting 13 says Dan Simmons passed away yesterday. Dan Simmons is, well, I don't know if he's one of my favorite authors or not, but he has written my favorite story that exists. My favorite story. I know the Bible is the greatest story ever told or whatever, but this one is the most badass story. And Guy Vermectin, hi, don't KMS. Don't do that. But Dan Simmons wrote my favorite piece of literature. It's a 2-book series. First one is Ilium, and the second one is Olympus. It's about the most insane sci-fi story ever, and it's a lot of fun. Strong recommend on it. Samson is the most badass story. Samson is pretty funny. It's like, oh, he's being chased by 45 Philistines. So, wait, no, he's not the guy who grabbed the jawbone and murdered all of them, is he? I think he is. But he also just go into the Philistine town of Philistinia, and he's like, I'm going to murder some of these guys today. Okay. Ms. Spargles, I agree with this, and I approve this message. I do. What's your dark secret, Guyvermectin? Hockenberry is funny. It's great. Everybody in that book, Damon or whatever, he ends up being hilarious. You have so many cool, so many allusions. So much. It's impossible to know all of it. And I don't know if I like him more at the beginning or the end. Because at the beginning, he is the most lazy, slovenly, fat sex addict on the planet. It's great. But to be fair, there's not many of them left, so it's not that hard to be the best at something. Let's see. Spargle says, I will take the job as the first official simp. Oh, I finally got one. Yes. Today is an achievement day. This is perfect. Lol, I was the first one for Short Fat Otaku, which got me a lot of hate. So I will take up the role as simp. Oh my God. This is going to be fantastic. Thank you. I needed that. Yes, Samson is the one taken out with the bad haircut. Samson's haircut was so bad, it not only killed him, but it also killed David Buckley when he sang about it later. Okay. I think I've got everything close to set up here. I got to pull up the super tip link. And today's been really, well, this week and then culminating in today has been really fantastic for me. Well, I shouldn't say fantastic. Fantastic's the wrong word. Sorry. But it's been very promising, hope-inducing, all of that stuff. So, I've been suffering what a lot of my friends have been suffering too lately, and it has to do with YouTube and distribution. It just seems like, content isn't getting distributed the same as it used to be. So it's a little tougher to, get people into streams, get people to watch videos. And it feels like it's mostly people just not actually finding out that that you're doing content at all, that you're making videos. And, I think I got someone asking me if I was going to start streaming the Corey Richens trial on day 4. And it's like, yeah, I've been streaming the whole time and they didn't know. And so it's been frustrating. And, Rumble is very similar too. Now I know I took a long time off and there were some circumstances where that caused a bunch of people to stop watching. That's fine. That's how it goes. Consequences and all that. But it also feels like they're just with the amount of subscribers and stuff that I have on both channels, it just seems like distribution's a little bit down. Don't know why. Because the people who are watching on balance seem to be enjoying the content quite a bit. I get a lot of positive feedback. So it can't be all that bad. But so it's been like, okay, what do? You try and strategize and stuff. The main thing you have to do, though, the just advice to creators, the main thing you have to do is just fucking work. Like, that's what you got to do. Be there and work and show up just like before. And you have to be there when the opportunity arrives. And so that's the main strategy here. But I've been very encouraged because over this past week, I had several, I get a bunch of fake scammer emails that try and get you to click on something. It's like, oh, here's a sponsorship opportunity or whatever. You can usually suss them out by their email address being completely bonkers. But I got several offers for not advertising offers, but partnership offers for different things. One of them, major streaming platform, basically said, hey, we've got an offer for, I don't think I can officially say until I've already accepted it, but once they fulfill on their end, I'll say, but basically instantly partnered on the platform, if that makes sense. That's what it is. It's not like a contract or anything like that, but it's instant partnership. Don't have to go through all the, the struggle of getting the channel up and running. You hit the ground at full speed. And so it's like, I got that. And I got an offer for a couple new, startup social media platforms that are a little bit, they're different than what I've seen around. And so I'm going to talk with them. Those are more like sponsorship type things, get people onto these social media platforms. But I don't know. I got to get more information on those. But it's just really fucking cool to have, like, because sometimes you're like, these numbers aren't going up. It's like, what do you, seems like you're swimming upstream. And then for some other reason, like, you're getting offers for stuff. So I'm really looking forward to that. Once the offer that I've accepted, the partnership thing takes, we're going to immediately add it as a co-stream platform. And I'm going to hopefully encourage people to join up over there as well. Cause I know people aren't super happy with YouTube, and I'm hoping that I can work out some sort of, help with, promotion from the company too. So we'll see how that goes, but, nothing's going to change. It's not an exclusivity agreement or anything like that. It's just an offer to, kick past the nonsense stage of channel building. And so it was just, I just wanted to share that with you guys. It's, that's fun and promising. And, we'll see if there's another platform that you guys like it more than YouTube or whatever. It might, some of you may watch other stuff over there or whatever. You can watch there or here, but we'll see how it goes. But hopefully, if we can, if it builds up over there, good. Because it's just frustrating doing stuff on YouTube and seeing, it's like, okay, why is my content just isn't getting pushed out? And that sucks. Cause you can see the stats and the responsiveness to your thumbnails and everything and all your analytics. And those are all normal. It's just a distribution. But I think it's my fault in a different way too. Cause I started posting a lot of shorts onto my channel. and YouTube says you can do that. YouTube says you can post all types of content on your channel, and it's all good. I think that's a dirty, filthy lie because I think it confuses the algorithm. The algorithm is much simpler than anybody wants to really like get into. But you should have a channel that does all shorts. You should do a channel that does all your on-demand long content and a channel that does your live streaming. That's like if you want to do 3 different things, have 3 different channels. That's what you should do. And so, I'm probably going to swap all the shorts and stuff. The shorts for now, for sure. And then eventually the video on demand content to other channels. I'm starting to post the shorts on another channel anyway. And we'll let that thing see if it grows. If it does, cool. If it doesn't, I don't really care either. Did Styx hire me to represent him? No, I'm not presently, or my license is suspended. So, Fabrizio Rufo, been a while. Why is he wearing glasses? Because they coordinate with my outfit. That's why. And I also, aside from that, there's a lot of light that comes at my face, and I like to be, shielded from a little bit of it. Fletcher Boy. Yeah, I've run into this for years. I don't know what it is. They just do. I always look so smart. I gotta at least look it. That's the trick there. John Drennan, to clarify my earlier remark, I'm very much opposed to dropping bombs on anyone, including sad old men like myself. I am too, in general, I am too. I don't really want, I don't want war. I don't want, I don't really want the U.S. to attack stuff like, I didn't even really want them blowing up Venezuelan boats, even though I thought it was kind of funny that they did. And in the same way, I don't want the U.S. attacking Iran, but I think it's hilarious how effectively we did it. Same thing with Maduro. It's like, yoink, you're ours. Get in the bus. And one of the reasons I don't like going to war is because we don't do war right, or we haven't for a long time. How we've done war in the past while is to accomplish a goal and then occupy and spend. Occupy and spend for the next decade, right? We saw it with Iraq and Afghanistan. Although in fairness, I think Iraq is a better place now than it was, but I might be wrong, but I think they might be. But that's what we did with Iraq and Afghanistan. Occupy, spend, occupy, spend. You got soldiers at risk for the next decade. You've got billions and billions of dollars going into this thing and then getting recycled into the pockets of political allies. That's not the way that's what puts us at risk. If we can one-shot our enemies, that's how you do war, or not war as it was. Because what we didn't end up in was war with Venezuela. We blew up a bunch of boats. We blamed them for the global narcotics trade. We accused them of manipulating the oil markets. And then we said, stop. We're going to have you stop. And Maduro said, no, you can't touch me. Okay, I'll touch you. I'll bring you here on the Epstein plane that we confiscated. We'll touch you a whole lot. And he just grabbed him, and it was over. And after that, everybody's freaking out. Like, you can't do that. That's an act of war. And I'm like, first thing I said was, it doesn't feel like war, though. Like, I don't feel like we're at war. Now our relations with Venezuela seem much better. We have increased petroleum trade from what were American oil fields. Those were American purchased oil fields. Those were ours, not not our government, but American companies purchased those, developed those, put the equipment on them, got them producing, and then Maduro stole them. Or whoever was his predecessor. But I think it was Maduro himself. He nationalized them. Okay. Those were ours. So I know people are like, oh my God, we went into Venezuela for oil. Yes, ours. Fuck Venezuela. Oh, it is under our land. Who cares? It's not yours anymore. We bought it. Because we have green stuff. We want your black stuff. Because we can't buy black people anymore. We want your black petroleum gold. And so we bought all that, and then they stole it. Don't take our toys. We'll take your governor. That's funny to me. And we one-shot Venezuela. His successor comes in and is immediately like, well, we want to negotiate instant peace with America because I don't want to wake up getting killed either, the lady says. And we have this trade agreement and a whole bunch of guaranteed oil, which then keeps the prices cheap at the pump for us, which is cool. Good move. That's the way we should do it. That's the way we should do it. Jimmy Jones says, you mean the billionaire's oil. All of the oil eventually is in the hands of a billionaire or the control of a billionaire. I don't care about that. There's no world in which like you and I get the oil. I mean, there's no world where that happens. We buy gas, we buy propane, we buy kerosene, butane, petroleum byproducts, right? We buy those with our labor. You're not going to get those in anything. So I'm not worried about that. That premise doesn't bother me because I'd rather have an American billionaire who bought the rights, who developed it, and who brings the oil to us at a reasonable price or whatever. I want that guy to have access to the oil fields more than Nicolas Maduro, the billionaire who just let them run fallow because socialism can't do anything right. That's what I want. So it's always going to be in a billionaire's hands first. But I want it to be my billionaire, not some commie. Go away. Gross. Not you. The commie goes away. He goes to U.S. jail. And there's no funnier way to do that. Guy's probably sitting around in his underwear. So I like it. I like it. Iran is a beautiful country with a beautiful culture wrapped up forcefully in a hijab. And we all want to see what's under the hijab again. Because we remember that Iran, she was kind of hot. Want to see if she kept her figure. And so you got this Ayatollah Khomeini just out there generally being an asshole for a long time. And then he made the mistake. He taunted the man with the silly hair. Don't do that. Okay. I'm very good at bombing. I love bombing. It's wonderful. The other day, I was just like, you know what? We could do a little bombing this morning. And so we did. We woke up. We had an Iranian breakfast. And look at you. Not even a smirk, not even a chuckle, nothing out of you at all. Very shameful. Very shameful. We all see it. Everybody sees it. You see it too in the mirror, even though you hate looking in the mirror. You're so ugly. Oh, God. Anyway, I love it. Can you imagine what the fucking leader of Colombia is feeling right now? Do you know? That guy was, because that guy not too long ago, he's like, Mr. Trump, come get me. You can't get me. We can. We know where you are. Hand your little factories. That guy's got to be terrified. Cuban prime minister or whatever, or leader, whatever they have, el presidente. That guy's got to be fucking shaken too. Every world leader's butthole clinched up just a little bit today, and they deserve that. They need to fucking feel it from time to time. So anyway, I think it's funny. here's the thing. I don't know how this is going to work out, right? Like, if we go to war with Iran or whatever, I don't know what that would really look like practically. I think it might be a little bit overstated. But if we go to war with Iran, then I'm not as happy about it. But for today, I'm optimistic that we won't because Trump hasn't done that. That's not been his goal. And what we see today from the Security Council is a couple countries condemning the actions of the United States, but then condemning Iran's response and saying de-escalation is the key. No, even the people who said that U.S. acted in violation of international law, even those people were like, but we don't want to do anything to the U.S. and we really just want negotiations to continue and, de-escalation and come back. Let's get rid of this Iranian nuclear program because all of them do know, like, hey, you know what would be bad is that would be worse than Khomeini having a fucking, a Moab sandwich. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I don't want a fucking long like a long occupation. I don't think that would be good. But I think if we just, snip the tip a little bit, circumcise the leadership of Iran, and then hopefully the revolutionaries in Iran will take it back over for themselves. Like they'll take control of their political situation. Oh, this guy on I love this. Like I had tweeted about the Khomeini thing and how he's a piece of shit and everybody's actually happy that he's gone. And this guy says, Khomeini was a much better man than you, pussy. Okay. Yeah. Tell me about it. That guy seemed like he had it all put together. He was running a country. I'm over here with a YouTube channel. What's up, the expert? How you doing? How's it going? Yes, you are a member. I don't know if someone gifted it to you or if you gifted it to yourself, but whoever did it improved your life. So I'm glad that they did. Emmy01 has gifted 5 memberships to kick off the membership stream. Thank you, Emmy. Very much appreciated. The purple one sharing 8 months. 8 months sharing their member here saying, hey, everyone. Hey, everyone. Thank you. The purple one. Lady Tammy dropping 5 beautiful members right in the faces of 5 unsuspecting victims. Thank you, Tammy, for that. That puts us at 10 members so far. Boosh, 16 months. A member says Tiny Spoon Crew. Brewholic says too poor to be a member as you donate $5. It's $2 a month. It's cheaper for you to be a member. He says, but take what shekels I got. I will take them and I will take care of them. I won't put them up for adoption at, like Target or whatever. I promise. Treasure Island, member for 10 months, had a birthday. You just had one? Like when? Like was it today or was it yesterday? When was it? When was it? This is very important. We got to get back to this. Where was that? The expert says, looking good, Rekieta Law. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Miss Sparkles, you can't get gifted a membership if you bought one. You just have one. Anyways, back to Treasure Island. Had a B-day. I'm older now. When does the age-related wisdom kick in? As soon as you decide to enjoy life a little bit more. Because I'm still out here making stuff up, winging it, and just acting confident. Oh, wait, did you think the age-related wisdom was actually acquired knowledge? Do you think all the have you met the old people that you respected and observed them? Look, they may have helped you, helped raise you and brought you into things, but you notice how much stuff that you got wrong because no one helped you get it right? Everyone's wisdom is overstated. Everyone's wisdom is a little bit borrowed, a little bit made up, and a little bit education. That's what it is, an experience, of course. But it's all a little bit exaggerated because you have to push it until it's there. You have to push in and to get. This is getting more sexual than I want. You have to force it. Call it names. You know what I mean, though. Like you persist. You persist and persist and persist. And at some point, someone else goes, hey, that was wise. And you're like, oh, I was just telling you about this. I was just telling you about how I learned to unclog a toilet or whatever. Like, I've never heard that. I've never heard anybody do that at all. You're like, oh, yeah, no, it worked for me. And that's when you realize you have wisdom. You got tons of it, Treasure Island. Don't try to get out of that responsibility. Deke Ed has gifted a membership. Oh, thank you, Deke Ed. Much appreciated. Peanutty gifting 5 Rekieta Law memberships. Thank you so much. I think we're at like 17 or something. I'll check in a little bit. Charlie Rachel, new member. Melody Coacher, new member as well. It's a couple more. Frederick Little, 43 months. 43 months of self-improvement in self-love. Furious, chafing self-love. Says much love to you and your content, Nick. Oh, I'll let you love my content, buddy, all day. Frederick Little says, have you heard about what's going on in Iran? No, I haven't. What are you talking about? Emmy, 2 months. 2 months of membership says, haven't been able to catch you during the day, but definitely enjoying on the replay crew. Awesome. Thank you for doing that. I do hope you enjoyed those videos and those streams. Trial streams, I'm not going to lie, trial streams can be a complete slog sometimes. Like they're sometimes really hard to do because holy shit, those are long days. And when the defense is acting like they were on Friday, it's like, come on, just and when I'm not saying cut the trial, I'm saying cut their heads off, remove them. Parasimian says, dumb country leaders do not come. Trump, I'm going to come. I'm going to. It'll be hard for you, not for me. I come very easily. Bob Vecna, Trump's forever wars over in a weekend. We've on time. We come in on time and under budget. A series of bats has become a member as well. Thank you. Fantastic to have you here. Scarface says, like the scummy Miami cartel lawyer look. Hashtag FAI, hashtag FSTMS. I don't know what the hashtags are, but thank you, Mr. Montana. Very much appreciate you. You are an inspiration in my life. Your skiing technique really brought me to new highs. Medieval Syphilis has become a member as well. Thank you. Brewholic, there you are. You found it. You found the $2. I'm glad you scrounged through the couch cushions and decided to join us. You are a much better person now than you were just a little bit ago. And I'm really glad to be a part of that. Hola, Rita. Hola, Rita. Bienvenidos. Where were we? Let me update this banner. Okay, we're at 22 members for the show so far. 22 members on YouTube. I don't know if we have locals members or not. I'll do a quick check. No, so we don't have any locals members today. Which, but we do have a good little crew over in locals tonight, whatever it is. Okay, so we don't have that. I'm gonna leave the cock and bull counter on there. I don't know why. I just don't want to, have to remember to put it back on next time. So there we go, and we will be switching to members only content coming up here, probably in about 15 minutes or so. And then we'll really get going. I'll give you we're going to do a preview of some stuff that's out to come. That's to come for tonight. We're going to do a preview of that in just a second. Medieval syphilis. The only source I trust my news from, my South Miami illegal pet dealer. Love you, Nick. And Bayatola. I think I know an illegal pet dealer, actually. I think that Fletcher Boy gifted 5 memberships as here again as well. Whatever. To the chat. Fletcher Boy, thank you so much for that. And I think those came in. I gotta make sure. Okay, yeah. 27 members now. Okay, so I didn't know if those came in before or after. I had said there were 22 members, but I thought after. It's 27 members. 27 members for the show so far. Okay. And let's see. Members only, you can keep your socks on. You can, but you'll get sweatier and warmer if you do. It's a trade-off. Your body has a natural requirement to deal with the heat, and it does have to do something about it. So you can wear socks, but they do heat things up. All right. There we go. Okay, I've got my windows all organized now. It's wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, let me hit some of these super tips. And I did pin my comment here, but I'll bring it up on screen because it's an important one. Supertip.gg/RL. Super tips are like super chats, except they're better for me. And they have some more options for you than Super Chat. So in a way, they're better for you too. But some people really just like to use the Super Chat system, and that's perfectly fine as well. But super tips help you feel better about life. Guaranteed. That's a medical and legal statement. So that's true. And they help me replace this damn PC and hopefully cure some recent stuttering issues, as well as give me a little bit more flexibility to do some of the behind the scenes work away from my office and when I travel. So that's what I'm looking to do, is get that. So thank you for the support. Hashtag full homo. I mean it in the gayest, meatiest way possible. Okay, here we go. We got some super tips. Here's what they look like. Jacob Shed. So who killed the Ayatollah? Was it the U.S. Navy or the Israeli Air Force? I don't know. I don't know that they've said yet. Israel was, I think, made the report that the Ayatollah was killed. Let's see. MGA Abris SF says, did he mention a few dead people yet? Or this the intro still? You mean like Iranian dead people like Khomeini? Are you talking about fake dead people people that are being blamed on the U.S. that probably weren't, like the school children? That's the thing. Which dead people are we talking about? Let's see. Here we go. Oh, there it is. Drex's unused Baldo. Spoiler alert. This is not the only time this has happened. This is not the only time this has happened. But yes, we do have Empress Sissy saying dating apps aren't working for me, so I'm advertising myself here. This is what I look like. It isn't. Hit me up if you want to be with me. And a response from Uncivil Law. Perfection of execution. Perfected twittering. He says, I'm in Houston. Where are you in the world? So good. So good. See, this is perfect. I saw this because 2 people sent that to me. Like, did you see this? did you see this? And it occurred to me that where there's one, there is more. And there were. And so I went and found a couple more instances of things like this, which are fun to just take a little chuckle at. And I'll be showing you those in the member show. That's going to be members only, though. TBRHT has gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, TBRHT. Always coming in here and just dropping your member right across people's foreheads. Love it. Love it. Michael Stetson has become a member. Oh, you gave in. I knew you would. I knew you would. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. So I think that brings us to, is that 33? I keep forgetting to keep count in my head. 34. 34 beautiful, veiny, powerful, potent members. Thank you, guys. Okay, there we go. We're trucking along here. I said I'd renew if I made it to March. You did. You did. You're right. You're right. And it is March. So thank you for honoring your words and not being...
Don't lie, Nick. We all know you just wear the glasses to hide your sad puppy dog eyes.
I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true. Jacob Shed, did you hear Aaron say his new boxing coach said he should turn pro? Yes. I want this more than anything on the planet. More than anything on the planet, I want him to become a pro heavyweight boxer and take a professional fight. I will help this happen. I will Don King this if I can, whatever it takes. I want to see that. Oh, man, you have no idea. You have no idea. Shortly before he was removed. See, how do I word this? Aaron has experience with a professional boxer. You know, and again, it's one of those like, they're professional boxers in the sense of you never have heard of them and you probably never will, unless you like know them because you follow local like Minnesota professional boxing circuits or something. I don't know, but this isn't Tyson versus Holyfield. These are the people they stack W's against early on in their careers. Aaron has experience with a pro boxer, though. I was at his house the day after the first time he ever sparred a professional boxer. He went to another gym. You know, your gym, you know, your gym guys will go to another gym and then spar with them, and you get to train with some other people and mix it up a little bit, etc. So he did that, went to another gym, and that gym happened to have a pro boxer there. And Aaron's a heavyweight, and this is a heavyweight. I think the pro boxer might not have been a heavyweight, actually. He might have been a little smaller, but it doesn't matter. This is a professional. This is a person who professionally punches people, right? Versus someone who pretends to amateurly punch people. It was a one-hitter quitter. It was a one-hit wonder. He got O-towned in the ribs. The guy came in with I think it was a right hook. Let's see. No, I think it was a left hook because I think it was his right ribs. Clean hit because Aaron's arms were in the wrong place. Go figure. Over. Fight's over. And the man is groaning and crying and moping for days and days and days. Oh my God, do I want him to become pro? Like, go pro. Get a second punch in. I want to see how this goes for you. It's so fucking funny. Let's see. Tim the Tool. Yes. He says, have you ever been punched in the face? I have. I have been like, I've been in a couple fights. I'm not a person who gets in fights. I tend to not ever cause, like I don't have cause to get into fights in the first place. If there are fights, I prefer to de-escalate, especially now. I'm old. I don't really fucking want to fight anybody. I will if I have to, but Jesus, like, come on. Who wants to do that? I have other uses for, you know, like what's left of my wretched, decaying body, like going to the bathroom and eating. But yes, I've been in a couple scraps. Not the most fun thing in the world. But also, like, not so bad. Who knows? But yeah. Nobody's a fan of getting punched, I don't think. Well, some people might be. Let's see. Okay, so I think queso. Queso, delicious. I forgot to keep track of the members. We're up to 37 members now. The banner today, of course, is brought to you by Kurt's Dating Advice, Cosmetology, and Chicken Shop. Get all you need for your romantic endeavors. Dating advice for when you're responding to e-thoughts that are probably from Pakistan. Chicken for when you've closed a deal and need protein to get you ready. And of course, cosmetology, so that when you meet your e-girl for the first time, you are looking fly, smooth, and not red and bumpy. Kurt's Dating Advice, Cosmetology, and Chicken Shop, your one-stop shop for all you could possibly need. The Black Blade joining at YouTube. Fabrizio Rufo joining as well. And then Shitty Angler. That brings us to 40 members. And Miss Sparkle says, I don't block anyone. YouTube puts me in live chat. Yeah, don't block anyone. Well, don't block anyone from the channel. Or anything. Okay, here we go. Wait, are you a mod? You're not a mod. You can't do that. You were talking about personally. I was thinking you were a mod. I want to see Kurt. I've been very happy today and need to come back down to earth via Kurt's depression. Okay. So, yes, let's get started on some Kurt stuff, and then we'll switch over to member only in just a second. What should we do? Where should we start? Should we watch his State of the Union response? I think so. Why can't you see me, TBRHT? What's wrong? Get your eyes checked. Let's see. Cynthia Brotheim says, hello, Nick. Hello, Cynthia Brotheim. How are you? Wait a minute. Is that Cynthia? Didn't I ban you, woman? I might have. I don't know if that's you. DX Mania 95 gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Let's see. That brings us to 45 members. And guys, really thank you for that. We had dipped, like, because the gifted memberships, they cycle, right? We had dipped under 2,000 members as some of those gifted memberships have fallen off. But I think we're back up there. So that's awesome. Thanks for that. Really helps out. Okay. Oh, we do have a couple more of these super tips. Anonymous says, for the computer fund, love having you back, Rackets. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. And I did just see the computer that I've been eyeballing actually available, which is really fucking rare. It's actually available, and it's a little below its retail, and so I might just snag it. But I have to buy my son's computer first, but I might just have to buy them both because to take
just
opportunity.
Just got done watching a live with Andrew Wilson trying to explain per capita to 13% of the population. They couldn't understand it and called it racist. Funniest shit I have. See how goes it, my nigga.
It goes it well. It goes well, man. Thank you. Deke Ed gifting 5 memberships. Deekid is over here just dropping it and bringing us up to 50 members for the stream. That is downright phenomenal, guys. You guys are amazing. Amazing. Sharing your members with the world. And look, you never knew. You guys probably had no idea how much you wanted to show your members to everybody. But here you are. What is that computer you are interested in, please? It is the Asus ROG Zephyr G13 something. Hold on. Might be the Flow. What the hell is it? Z Flow 13. That's the one. The Z Flow 13, and it's the top end one. It's been the one that's hard to find because it has 128 gig of RAM, and RAM is really, really fucking expensive and hard to come by these days. So it kind of just typically sells out really quickly. Sunderwear has gifted a membership, and Just Dawn Soulless Ginger has gifted 5 memberships as well. We've got that brings us to 56. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. It's a sea of phallus. Milo would be in heaven. E. Poindexter.
Here I am, sure that Nick still won't listen to me, drinking my Cock and Bull ginger beer. It's a thing, and looking at 2L's Micropene rocks. What a life.
There you go. There we go. Okay, so we got a Micropene and a Cock and Bull. How's that the first one of those? All right. Okay, let's turn on this Kurt video. Yeah, when I built my computer, my big desktop, I spent a lot of time in my office. And so having a big giant desktop made sense because I was gaming a lot and I spent a lot of time in my office. So I was able to be at my computer. Now I don't spend as much time physically in my office. I'm usually up with Lady Rackets or whatever, wherever she is and whatever she's up to. And so, yeah, the way the processing power and stuff has changed though lately, and everything. They now have these chips with like AI built into them, and you can pack a whole lot of productivity into very small form factors. And so looking to upgrade that, and that way I have my main computer I can take with me wherever I go. If I go on a trip, or go to my parents' house or whatever, I'm bringing my computer with me, all of my stuff, all of the settings, everything's preserved on it. And I don't have to worry about, having a backup PC where I forget something or don't have the right software or whatever. I'll have it all in one spot. So looking to do that. I never got a 5090. I'm still running on a 3090 Ti. But again, I haven't gamed in years now. DX Mania gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much, DX Mania. That brings us to 61 of these bad boys. So sexy. So many members. So many members. Kelly Rager, I'm setting up an office for a work at home job. I want the best. Thank you for the information. Yeah, so it's a tablet, but it's a full functioning Windows PC, and it's got the AMD chip that has its own AI processor on it. So anyway, I can do more stupid AI stuff, which is the best. I just call you TB, by the way. Okay, tuberculosis. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with 3090. I wasn't complaining. And again, I haven't been gaming, but like as far as I'll give it my 3090 once I get my machine will go to, it might go temporarily to my son's new computer until I can get a good deal on a 5070 or something like that for him. They don't really play. My kids don't really play like AAA titles, though. I mean, they could. They just don't. They play different stuff, and do different things. So they don't need to run Cyberpunk at 78 frames or whatever. It's not there. So, okay. Let's. Gosh, gotta get to this. We gotta. Guess you missed the price and details on the tablet. It's available right now for $2,800, which is really nice for what it is. Because like the MSRP and the price you normally find it at, it's like $3,200 or $3,200 or $3,300, something like that. So it's down a little bit right now, and there's some available. So I want to get those. Okay. Does this have a little kickstand thing on the back? Can't do those. I need a laptop that can reasonably sit in my lap. Yes, it does. Yeah, and I get that. I don't like laptops because the way I end up using a computer is I want a detached keyboard 99% of the time. I don't want the keyboard and the screen in the same spot. That way I can adjust each of them to my comfort level or whatever. So I don't really care about the laptop function. I need something that's portable. I can slide into a backpack, and the really high-end laptops like that, they have really, really nice screens. They have really good, typically they have really good pen functionality as well for editing and shit like that. Yeah, actually, my next laptop that I get comes attached to a mobile home. Like it's one of the, it's like it snaps into a mobile home clamshell. Okay, so okay, holy fuck. So let's start. I wanted to. I wanted to do this. Kurt has been dropping a whole bunch of videos lately. So I want to know here. This is where I want to start though, but I don't want to limit this to Kurt. I don't want to limit this to Kurt. Like this one, this is something I want to kind of do. But we're going to start with Kurt because it's a member show, and it might be funny. And if this isn't funny, we'll switch out of this. But I'm gonna run this for about 5 minutes or so, and then we're gonna switch to members only. So do your membership purchasing and gifting now, so that you don't miss out on all the fun once we trans ourselves, because we will be doing that. All right, so this is the State of the Union, and what I want to do. You know what? I like this look that we've been doing lately. So this is the State of the Union and Kurt's review of the Democratic response to the State of the Union. But I don't want to just do Kurt's analysis. I do want to go through some of my colleagues and see what they say. I don't review anybody's work enough. As the paterfamilias of LawTube, as a person who made this oops, I guess I have to parent it from time to time. And I don't do that. I don't go in and check on these little newbies who don't know how to do this. I don't go in and check on them and review their work and make sure they're growing properly and following up on their studies. So I figure I need to start doing that more often, and not just to Kurt. But Kurt was the impetus. He was the inspiration, like that that Chicago song. Right? He was the inspiration, and he showed me that I need to check in on what my colleagues are doing. But we're going to start with
Nikki, your suit makes you look like an old black man.
Hell yeah, I'll take it.
Keep that up, and you will be brought to a new church altogether. One that you will come out feeling like you have the micropene.
No way. Never. You cannot make me feel like a micropene carrier or victim. Can't do it. I'll win that struggle snuggle every time. You know, all day I was trying to figure out what tie to wear with this shirt, because I just couldn't. I could not find one. But I took Lady Raggeds by Goodwill earlier, and she bought this tie. She's like, oh, I'm like, I'm taking that. That's mine. Okay, so here we go. He's Unc Jerome Maxon. Listen here, youngin'. Young blood, you think you come up in these streets? You ain't even seen no streets. You're on a sidewalk still. Still got your pants sagging. You ain't even learned to work. Here we go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law. So, I was at the gym
just swallowing
earlier, and so I missed the first part of the State of the Union. I watched the back half of the State of the Union. Seemed fine, and then I was catching a little bit of the Democratic response, and I decided that I didn't want to live anymore. So I decided, misery loves company, and so I thought maybe I would share my wish for death with you, and we could watch it together. So, okay.
Why are his eyes all squinty?
Americans.
Why does it look like he's on the beach in the morning?
All right. Okay. Yeah, this is fine.
I screwed it up.
This is totally
I'll
fine.
take oak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so his watching of the UN speech, I'm going to pull this up at some point. We're not going to watch this whole UN thing, but I don't know what happened to him. His look is...
Good evening. Good evening and welcome to historic Williamsburg.
Something even newer.
We are gathered here in the chambers of the House of Burgesses. In 1705, the people of the Virginia colony gathered here to take on the extraordinary...
He looks like, you know, when you get really, really hammered and you're like trying, like you can feel the vomit just like in the back of your throat, like, hey, open up. you're just like, why does he look like that in this video? I don't think he's drunk yet.
Paterfamilias, you are wearing Dapper Dan, aren't you? I will fully endorse super tips making you healthier. Also, fights are more fun when you win.
They're a lot more fun when you win, frankly. There's science to back that up. No, I do have a pomade that I tried out today, though. You did identify that, but it's not a Dapper Dan. It's a very it's a very low hold, and it's not like creamy. Like Dapper Dan was like a creamy pomade, I think. I've never had it. I just saw the movie or whatever. But this one's very it's firm, and it's chalky, and it doesn't actually hold your hair a lot. It just kind of gives it a matte, more of a matte finish. So I don't know. Who knows?
Ordinary task of governing themselves. Before there was a Declaration of Independence, a Constitution, or a Bill of Rights, there were...
Is he a pirate captain looking at another boat? Or is he taking a shit? Or is he holding in a fart? Like, what is happening? Come on, Kurt.
Were people in this room.
Yeah.
The people who served here ultimately dreamed of what a new nation, unlike anything the world had ever seen, could be. The United States was founded on the idea that ordinary people could reject the unacceptable excesses of poor leadership, band together to demand better of their government, and create a nation that would be an example for the world.
Ms. Spargles, I told him exactly what to wear years ago. Stand by my advice. It would fit every aspect of his adopted persona that he has. It's perfect. It's perfect. He has most of it too. He just needs to invest in like 2 or 3 pieces of clothing. Not super much. Only one of them would be expensive.
And this year, as we celebrate 250 years since America declared our independence from tyranny, I can think of no better place to speak to you as we reflect on the current state of our union. Tonight, as we watched our nation's lawmakers gather for a joint session of Congress, we did not hear the truth.
This guy is about to tell you how he crushed his quads on the stationary bike today. Like, it's like, yeah, it was tough. Just gonna drink my protein shake. Did 6 miles, all on the incline setting. You know, just a little biking. Just a little biking. You ever been on the bikes? You ever been on the bikes? What resistance you use? You use 10? You use 10, 15, maybe? 15, 11? I don't know. 11? I've done a whole lot. I tried a whole bunch of different ones. I don't even know what I used last time. Art the Clown says, Kawato attorney knows all. Open your mind. Open your DMs. TB, tuberculosis coming in coughing. 5 more gifted memberships. Thank you so much. And Art the Clown, 6 months. 6 months. A rigid penis says, time flies and so does my prostate cancer. It flies? Ew. What'd you do? Scoop it out with a spoon? Get into a food fight? It's disgusting. Why would you say that, Art? Hey, buddy. Hey, how are you?
Truth from our president. So let's speak plainly and honestly. And let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions.
Okay.
Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family?
Yes.
Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad?
Yes.
Is the president working for you?
Yes.
As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of Virginia, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country.
Amy, you're awake because what felt like a curse, your inability to sleep, is actually God's blessing, bringing you here because he loves you. Welcome.
Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the
so far, I am not rating Kurt's commentary very high. I think he said, yes, and It's like a new rock song from 1989. It's like there's seven total words in the song, and they just repeat them a whole lot. Or what was it? Weird Al parodied it. He said, the song is just 6 words long. 6 words long. Song's got nothing to say. I'm repeating it anyway. It's a good one. That's a good Weird Al song. One of his, that is a parody.
Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago. The damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax.
Why do you want your money back? Why do people think you're going to get your money? Like this is one of the weird social injections that came from all the paid shills from the fucking log cabin Republicans, the Lincoln Project, and then whatever random Democrat groups all try to control the narrative. Like they're the people doing the hand jobs across the aisle, the mutuals. It's like, me too. Yeah, this is hard to do, and I really like what you're doing. Oh, I don't know if I can keep up. Those organizations, and they all came out and they're like, we should get our tariff money back. It's like, you don't even know how much tariff money each person would be owed. Like, what a retarded statement. It's incalculable. Why are we doing this? And all those losers have put taxes that don't belong on the products that you want anyway. Taxes, excise taxes, fees, regulatory costs that get passed on to us. They act like the Trump tariffs. The Trump tariffs are the things that have inflated prices forever, that they had no part in this. They're like, whoa, we don't even know. It's like, why does it cost $6 billion to bring a pharmaceutical to market? Why does it cost $6 billion? Most of it has to do with regulatory requirements. Like, we're trying to bring down all these prices, and we're blaming the pharmaceutical companies and stuff. And at the same time, just to bring a new drug that you've been researching, you put the R&D into, you develop something, you catch lightning in a bottle, you can really work on something, you can fix something, you do the testing, you do everything, and then you have to start complying. And that compliance costs, on average, $6 billion to bring a new drug to market. That's crazy. And then they're like, why aren't these drugs $4? I don't know. It cost a lot. And most of that money is fees. D What 33 is gifted a membership. Thank you. Thank you. I just realized I need to go ahead and move the local stream is going members only. So if you're not a member on locals, but you're watching over there, you will be kicked out. You will be forcibly removed and then mocked by, that's in the program. It's not me doing it. I didn't do that. I would never do that to you. And then we have Farron Clough. Oh my gosh. Is that your real picture? Exquisite. You look like Jeff Bridges. Well, your hair looks like Jeff Bridges' hair when he's 86. I think you're a little, you don't look a day over 83. No, I'm just kidding. It's hard to see with the shadows. But I love the hair and beard, man. Get it. Get it. Thank you for bringing your lovely member to the chat. I don't know if it's lovely, but I have heard. Okay, and I think that puts us at 65 members. I thought it was supposed to be 67, but I guess I was wrong doing lawyer math. And okay, here we go.
Hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks.
I heard that this was actually a reference to Planned Parenthood's closing down, which would be hilarious if that's what she was saying. What a hoe. But I don't know about that. That's just what I heard.
To the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed
really
by the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the president celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping health care from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids.
What the hell are you talking about?
But here in Virginia, I am working with...
She just said what she's talking about, Kurt. She's talking about the big, beautiful bill. It really is wonderful. And then she's given a list of talking points about what it's doing. It doesn't, but that's what she said. Since she said it, it must be true. With that, I got a question for you guys real quick. I'm not going to do a poll or anything. We're going to go members only, but there's a different way to do the members only. And I want to know what your opinion is. I actually switch it to members only from the public, which kicks, well, it doesn't really kick the other people out. It doesn't kick them out. They can still kind of low key watch unless they refresh or leave the page, and they can't come back because they can't find it, because then it's members only. But I could just turn off their ability to chat. So they have to sit there like that Holiday Inn chair where you're like, why is that facing the bed? That could be them. Should we do that? Should we make the non-members into stream cucks where they can watch but not participate? And then, see, the reason I ask is because these streams are about you guys. Like, these streams are about the members. It's my big thank you for literally keeping me alive. So many of you stayed members on locals and on YouTube while I was going through a really tough, long period of my life due to my own choices and all that stuff. We've been through this a million times. There's no reason to sit here and whine and cry about it. It's not the point. But so this is a thank you to the members. That's why I do these membership shows. Thank you. Y'all kept me alive in like literal and non-literal ways. So with that, I want these shows to be for you guys. And so So I don't want to like do whatever, but all right. So we're going to do that. We'll do this. We'll try it. We'll try it. I knew Kurt would get to you. Now you're doing only Cucks content. All right. So we're going to try it. We're going to keep this public. I will turn it to members only when the show's over. Like, so the replay will have to be done. That's going to be for members. But if you're here, we'll let you officially kind of stay, but you're not going to get to chat. You can change this at any time. Anytime. And here's the other reason I'm going to do this. Here's the other reason. It should allow people, like, if you're watching, even though you can't chat, and the gifted subs, if anybody gifts subs after we switch, I think those gifted subs are more likely to go to people who are currently watching the stream rather than like random people who can't be watching it if we kicked everybody out. So it's an opportunity. So for people to hang around. So members only chat is engaged. But if you pores misbehave, I will switch it off and kick you out. Just like your last 3 landlords. Trucker Smart says a lot of those clinics shut down due to illegals not paying. They bankrupt a lot of hospitals along the border. That makes sense. Although she's in Virginia, the border there is the ocean. Although there probably are a few land-bound manatees that have come in illegally. I think so. D-Hwat33 gifted a membership. And say hello to DC. Hello, DC. Has joined as well. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And that does bring us to 6-7. If I see one person make a 6-7 meme, I'll engage in self-harm. Oh, thank God. D-What fixed that. D-What fixed the 6-7 problem. The 6-7 queue. With the 5 more gifted memberships. Thank you, D-What. All right, so we're at 72 of those things. All right, let's get back to this.
With our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable.
The Democrats are going to make things more affordable. Oh, great.
And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused.
Miss Spargles, you're not poor because you're here, which means you're rich in spirit. Like when you go to church. It's the same thing. And it does actually, I called the Vatican, since I am the law pope, it does actually fulfill your weekly mass obligations. But that's only for Catholics. Non-Catholics don't have a liturgical mass. They have literal mass, and I cannot fulfill all the mass of an evangelical or Lutheran church. My God. In the Midwest? Are you kidding? Ew. Oh, they have to have them in pastures, literally. Again, rating Kurt's performance so far. We're 5 minutes in. Kurt hasn't said anything of note.
On affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America.
I don't know, man.
In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world.
I know.
Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries.
It's times like these that I'm glad that I moved out of the Commonwealth.
Kurt moved out of the Commonwealth because he wanted uncommon wealth. He moved to Texas. Sassy J in the UK, 1 month. It's been a month, Sassy J, hasn't it? Since you made the best decision of your life. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your 1 month member chat with us. Aussie Overlord, how you doing, brother? He says the day you start taking on-air confessions for super chats is the day hell freezes over. Do you know? Like I think that would be super fun as long The reason I would really hesitate to do that, like just entertaining the idea for a second, is people would take it the wrong way. They would take it as if I was seriously engaging in some sort of religious thing, and I just would want a good story. If you guys want to super tip or super chat in your confessions, I will take them and absolve you of your sins. I can do that. It says so in the book somewhere. Sassy J in the UK has gifted 5 Rekieta Law memberships. That's the entire premise of that movie Dogma. Sassy J, thank you for those gifted memberships, by the way. I didn't mean to gloss over that. Your gift is appreciated, loved, adored, and will be well taken care of. She's good, bro. She's good, bro. We got her. No, it's cool. We got her. She's good. You guys ever watch that movie, The Girl Next Door? God, I love that movie. He brings Elisha Cuthbert to the party, or well, she brings him and the main guy, and then his 2 friends to the cool kid party, and the jocks try and basically try and take Elisha Cuthbert from him right in front, and he's like, "Sorry, bro, you gotta go. Party's over." He's like, "My girlfriend's in there." He's like, "That's too bad." God, I love that movie. I love that movie. I think that's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah.
Duck Dangerously says Elisha
So I'll
Cuthbert,
ask again.
So hot.
Is the
actress,
president
so hot.
working to make life more affordable for you and your family?
I don't like that you
We
bad
all
talk her,
know the
but
answer
the rest of what you
is
said
no.
is true.
I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse, and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent, working money laundering and narcotics cases. I worked side by
As a federal agent doing money laundering.
Typical woke white woman, she is just trying to steal from the best NY governor candidate ever. The rent is too damn high.
The rent is too damn high. Yeah, that guy is funny. I liked him. He should have won.
side with local and state police to keep our community safe and to uphold and enforce the law. Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community. And yet, our president has sent poorly trained federal agents into our cities, where they have arrested and detained American citizens and people who aspire to be Americans. And they have
Okay, first of all, those are definitely not the same thing. American citizens and people who aspire to be Americans are definitely not the same thing. So as to the first, please provide facts. As to the second, no.
Oh, that was good.
No.
That
done
no
it
is
without a warrant.
I know is good. Kirk, I mean, come on. They're not the same thing. We know. Calm down. Hold on. See, now I'm distracted. I can't be distracted. You can't do this to me. No, that's not a good one. Hold on, I'm doing something very important. Very important here. I don't have time to do this. I was trying to find a good picture of Elisha Cuthbert from the movie, and then I realized that all of them are good. Every single one of them, without fail, are fantastic. So rather than me showing you guys a picture of her, you should just watch that movie if you haven't seen it. It's so fucking good. Georgia Ann says, I didn't realize you have 5 kids. I'm the youngest of 5, and my house is chaos and fun. Yeah. I only have one sister, and she's older than me. So I'm the younger brother of two kids total. And so I was not prepared for the 5-kid thing. Lady Rackets came from a house with 5 kids, and then after she and I got married, her parents adopted 2 more. So 7 kids now, but 5 kids. So but she so yeah, she's like, "Oh, I want a big family." And I was like, "All right. I like kids enough, I guess." But I had only planned to ever have like 1 kid, cuz that's what I grew up with. It wasn't like a much of a conscious choice. Other than that's what I knew and experienced. So I was like, well, that seems like an okay thing. But yeah, she's like, no, I want to have a big family with a bunch of kids. I'm like, I'm down. Let's try it out. Let's see how that goes. Say hello to DC says, what about an escape legal purgatory super chat as an option to a confession instead? You can super chat anything you want. And if you want me to respond to it in a certain way or like look at it from a certain perspective, just tell me and I will. But you can certainly just super chat whatever you would like. They're really, I don't have any rules on it. If you can't super chat it because like YouTube moderation gets it, you might try super tips and they might work. But I have... So, someone sent in a spoiler and of one of the things, what I wanted to do, which was to show you these fantastic images. But okay. Let me grab these real quick. I do have... I'll refresh your recollection before we... before I show you the new one. Here we go. Image. Okay, so this is the first one. Although this one has actually a little bit more to it. Let me see if I can. So yeah, this is Empress Sissy. Dating apps aren't working for me, so I'm advertising myself here. This is what I look like. Hit me up if you want to be with me. All right, your first clue that that's not what that person looks like is that they said, this is what I look like. If someone ever is online is like, no, this is real. This is how I am, or this is what I do. That's not true 99% of the time. Yes. Oh yeah, here. So Kurt replies, I'm in Houston. Where are you in the world? It's like, no, Kurt, you're too smart to fall for this. He isn't. He isn't. I got news for you. It means you're gay. Okay. So there was that. I've got another one for you. That's all. I got another one just for you. Here we go. And we'll bring that on stage. So here, this is Audrey saying she's a 10, but she's right wing. Now what? And he responds, a right wing OnlyFans creator. I don't know what the means, guys. I don't know what the means. What does that mean? Because is it like, that's not possible because the right-wing moral purity wouldn't allow it? Is that what he's trying to say? I don't think that is. I think that's wrong. I think it's more like right-wing OnlyFans creator. Hey, I think that's what it's doing. I think that's what he's doing, but I don't know. You guys got to give me your opinion on that one. And I don't know. I don't know how to take it. I don't know how to take it. There's more. I'm so mad because I don't think you can easily find these on Instagram. You can easily find them on Twitter, but on Instagram, I don't think you can. You can't. It's hard to find where someone has commented on Insta. Give me a second, guys. I got to hit the bathroom. I'll be right back. Don't leave. Okay. Okay. All right. So yes, we do have more Kurt Simp posts. I'll say it right now. If you guys ever find them out in the wild, I do accept them as currency. If you ever find one, you have to don't delay. Especially if it's on Instagram, you'll never find it again. So don't ever delay. For you guys who click on all the hot pictures on Instagram and read the comments, I just came here for the comments. I don't even look at the picture. And if you ever find, that's the rarest uncivil law material there is, because you cannot search for people's commentary. Can't do that. Or like their comments on other creators' posts. If you follow them and like they follow you and you have your settings on, you can see what they posted on your stuff. You can't see what they posted anywhere else. So it's like a rare Pokemon, man. If you ever find one, collect it as fast as possible. Yeah. It's like if you see an Irish person, you have to give them a shepherd's pie. And then rob them. That wasn't a leprechaun joke. It's just about robbing the Irish. Like genetics did so long ago. Okay, Kevin Butler. I like Irish people. I would please take offense to my jokes. Kevin Butler has become a YouTube member. Thank you, Kevin. I hope you're not Irish. I say that to everyone I meet. That brings us to 78 members. 78 members so far. All right, here we go back to Kurt.
They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies. They have sent children, a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children.
Yes, they did. And for the life of me, I still don't know whether or not that was legal or not, because the judge's habeas didn't provide any facts or any analysis. We read it together, you and I. We read the judge.
Wait. Didn't he start his commentary directly talking to the governor? And then he said, you and I, which I'm going to correct him, and I assume he's talking to the chat now. But I don't know if he started talking to the governor or not. I felt like he did. So then the you there would be like he and the governor read it. And maybe they did. Maybe they sat down, they were having pizza casserole or whatever. Every time I see those glasses. The crazy thing is, his head is so big that those glasses are as big as mine. But my tiny peasant head can barely hold anything. Like, there's no brain in there. It's just barely enough room for skull. It just can't compare or compete. It can't. Okay.
Judge's habeas for the blue bunny hat boy. And it was incredibly unhelpful. It was 2 pages of very high rhetoric and no legal analysis.
My toast?
So I still to this date have no idea whether or not he was properly detained or not, because even the judge can't be bothered to tell me. It's great. It's fantastic.
Who?
To far off detention centers, and they have killed American citizens in.
Oh, I can't remember which illegales they were talking about there.
Our streets, and they have done it all with their faces masked from accountability.
Yeah.
Every minute spent sowing fear is a minute not spent investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals defrauding seniors of their life savings.
That's actually crazy stupid, you dumb bitch, because that's what illegals do. All of those things are prominent amongst illegals, either directly or indirectly through their general thievery and the draining of American resources that could be better spent on Americans rather than buying compleamos airfare to send them back. God, I fucking hate these people.
Well, not to put too fine a point on it, but ICE and Border Patrol don't normally investigate those kinds of crimes. Those are normally done by different agencies, principally the FBI. So,
well, ICE does it when it's related to immigration. You want me to bring my volume up a bit? I have to figure out the best way to do this. In a weird way, my volume is tied to the source volume as well, because it, long story short, because of how super tips function, they route in, they got to route into the roadcaster, and then it routes out through a combined mic channel. So turning one up kind of ends up turning both up. And that's probably because I'm incompetent, but that's how it's set up.
No.
How dare you?
Our president told us tonight that we are safer. Because these agents arrest mothers and detain children? Think about that.
I'm thinking about it.
Our broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities.
You mean by enforcing the law?
Yes.
Again, I'm not saying that ICE has necessarily gotten it 100% right. We have been critical of ICE on this channel. We have been critical of the president.
I know you're fat, buddy, but you don't have to refer to yourself in the plural. You don't have to do that. Like, come on, don't be hard on yourself. It's my job.
Present at times on this channel, because on cases we have in fact found that they fucked it up. Right? So are they perfect?
Allegedly.
No, probably not so much. Have they detained U.S. citizens? I don't know what she's talking about. It's possible. I don't know for how long. I need more facts. This is fact light. I don't know what we're talking about.
TB. I'm saying. The crazy thing was the tie hit the shirt. And I went through a lot of tie. I was like, because I had some ideas. I had some ideas for ties. And I'm sitting there just holding up tie after tie. They all look like trash. I'm like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I was like, okay. And Lady Rag she's like, you know, you can just wear a jacket without a tie. You can just do that. And so I'm like, fine. So we go to this speech tournament, and I'm tieless. I feel naked. And there are children present, so that's not good, I think. But I called Anderson Cooper. He said it was fine. But then, like I said, I pillaged Goodwill and raised its fields the other day. Bought everything that was my size that existed for men. But Lady Ragus wasn't with me, and she'd wanted to come with me to pick out a bunch of stuff for her. And so today I'm like, hey, let's do you want to go over there and see what they have? And we got her some great stuff. The best pair of shorts I have ever seen. God, they're so cool. They're so good. And plenty of other things. So then we went back to check the ties, and she starts buying every tie. She's like, oh, our sons will wear these. I'm like, no, they won't. Let me have those, please. But we got this one, and I was like, wait a minute. It's like in that scene in Frailty when he sees the axe and there's like the ray of sunlight on it. That's what it felt like when I saw the tie. I'm like, that goes exactly with the jacket and the shirt somehow. I don't know why. It just will. It will go with the shirt. And it does in a gross way.
After working in law enforcement, I continued my career of service as a CIA officer. Working undercover to protect the United States and our allies from global threats, terrorism, nuclear weapons, and the aggression of adversarial nations around the globe.
I was not looking for used Baldos. I have that already covered. Come on. Like Sarah Boone's pink shorts. I don't know. I don't need anyone else's opinion on them. They are magic. They're also like they're objectively super cute.
But as the president spoke of his perceived successes tonight, he continues to cede economic power and technological strength to Russia, bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran.
I'm not sure in what way we've bowed to either Russia or China.
Obama literally bowed to what's his face, Hu Jintao or whatever. Good commentary, Kurt, being not sure again, like normal, fantastic, perfect. But what was that first thing she said? I've already covered this. I was supposed to be just paying attention to Kurt's part, but something she said, it rankled me.
Technological strength to Russia.
Ceding technological strength to Russia. We are not in a tech race with Russia anymore. What is this? In what world are we still in any sort of tech competition with Russia? What tech is Russia putting out that is competing out there? Like I'm unaware. Do they even make automobiles over there? I think they do, but they don't like get shipped over here. What the fuck does Russia manufacture these days? I don't know. It's not 1965 anymore. Anyway, if anybody knows what she's talking about, I would love to know, because I'd like to catch up on it.
Bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran.
I'm not sure in what way we've bowed to either Russia or China. And I am critical of the U.S.'s current hostilities to Iran, but okay. I mean, okay.
Welcome to class.
Over the last year, through Doge, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's most serious positions, our president has...
That one's on Dan Bongino. She fucking got him. Thanks, Dan.
In danger.
Yeah, why am I only watching the response?
Oh yeah, my Rumble numbers stopped going up when I started calling Dan Bongino gay. Shit, I didn't even think about the implication, the impact it would have.
As I mentioned earlier at the start of the stream, I missed the start of the State of the Union because I was at the gym. So I missed it, and then I just watched it on Joe's channel because I didn't want to start midstream. But seeing as I was available to start the seeing as I was available to start the response because I was here, I thought I'd watch the response. So that's why. I was at the gym lifting things. I was at the gym lifting. So I was late.
Repeat what you did.
Sorry.
A couple times.
So now we're here doing this.
Tell the scenario again.
Are you at the gym? And storied history of the United States of America being a force for good. So I'll ask again, is the president working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad?
Someone else wrote that for her.
We all know the answer is no.
Many politicians have, a speechwriter. Fun fact, I was a political speechwriter for a little bit, and other a ghostwriter for a House of Representatives candidate.
In his speech tonight, the president did what he always does. He lied, he scapegoated, and he distracted. And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges, so many of which...
Oh, I am the solution, the final solution, if you will, as it were. I didn't offer them. I brought them as gifts. Solutions I've been doing the whole time. I've been sitting around doing nothing. Barely even pretending to run a state.
He is actively making worse. He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And
isn't it fun when you could say this about a politician says another politician, and they're trying to divide us. You're doing that right now. You're doing exactly what you accused him of. It's a dumb accusation. All y'all do it all the time. It's called gaslighting, and it works. It always has. That's why people unironically eat checks.
Sometimes he succeeds. And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list of laws he's pushed through this Republican Congress?
I think.
Somebody must be benefiting. He's enriching himself, his family.
Well, as to the laws that Congress passed them, which is how that's supposed to work. I'm just a bill, only a bill, sitting here on Capitol Hill. So, if...
Yeah, I really liked Kurt's cover of the I'm Just a Bill song. I think he really captured the the bluesy black man delivery that the original song had. I think he really got it. He nailed it right there. And the way he was able to instill the melody in my mind through his a cappella rendition, his subtle vocal overtones and undertones, really masterfully accomplished. What was I looking up? God, I was so busy. I love when Kurt sings, by the way. It's always so good. It's not that the singing is good. I mean, experiencing it is so good. It's exactly what you want. It's like, that is what I was looking for. Yes, I didn't even know.
The Congress passed the law and he signed the law. That's kind of how that's supposed to be. So I don't know. Take it up with the founding fathers, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. Guys, for $5 says DNC really picked a wiener to give the response. Yeah, so far.
His friends, the scale of the corruption is unprecedented. There's the cover-up of the Epstein files, the crypto scams, cozying up to foreign princes for airplanes and billionaires for ballrooms, putting his name and face on buildings all over our nation's capital.
She looks terrific.
His name and face all over buildings? Well, if you mean the presidential portrait, then yeah, like every governmental building, especially the federal ones, which is most of DC.
That is Tiffany Amber Thiessen. I knew I would recognize those teeth anywhere. I love that picture is fine because she's covered up with with the dress. Because some people might think that picture is inappropriate or whatever, but she's in a dress, she's clothed. It's okay.
Have a portrait of the president. So yes, I suppose he has been putting his portrait all over buildings in DC because that's how that would work. Okay. I mean, yeah, okay.
This is not what our founders envisioned, not by a long shot.
You will have a part in the administration.
So I'll ask again, is the president working for you? We all know the answer is no.
Oh, no, I'm feeling pretty good about it.
About America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who once dreamed right here in this room, reject the unacceptable and demand more of their government. We see it in the determination of students organizing school walkouts all across the country, whose voices are becoming so powerful that the governor of Texas seeks to silence them. We see it in
the governor of Texas pointed out that they don't have a right to leave school.
You can't bring Whitney Houston into my chat because like even mentioning her like puts cocaine in my system. Can't do that.
Which is correct under law.
He is exquisitely capable of keeping one eye opener than the other. The other eye isn't closed, but it's thinking about it. And his lead eye is somehow one of them is in front of the other at all times, and it's opener than the other one. Didn't she die from heroin? I don't know. But she's my heroine.
They don't. So if they leave school, they can be punished for leaving school. That's right. That's the law. Guys. So to quote the State of the Union, these people are crazy. Yeah. So the governor pointed out that, if you leave school, you can be disciplined for leaving school. So, yeah, that's what he said. Because it's true. Right.
Gen X, you gotta do what you want to do. Again, first of all, I don't like Kurt's argumentative style when the other person isn't present. As someone who's spent many, many hours speaking to Kurt and, discussing things and arguing, he doesn't talk to people like this when they're there. He talks to them like this when they're not there, which is a weird, condescending, sort of patronizing thing. I don't think I do that. Now I'm self-conscious about it. But I think I just yell at them like I would normally do. Like I don't feel like I would modify that if they were present or not. So I don't like when he does this sort of thing. He's still at an F. He hasn't earned enough points to not fail yet.
Moving on.
Bravery of Americans in Minnesota standing up for their communities, from peacefully protesting in sub-zero temperatures to carpooling children to school.
Whitney could sing.
So that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot.
Her death's a tragedy.
As a mother of 3 school-age daughters, I am inspired by their bravery.
If they're illegal immigrants, they should be arrested or detained, just like anyone who breaks the law. Abigail.
But
I don't know that everyone who breaks the law should be arrested or detained. I disagree with that. And not just because I'm a filthy, disgusting criminal, but because arrest and detention is expensive and intrusive, and most crime that's nonviolent doesn't require that sort of intervention. A citation is often enough, and again, certain release conditions to ensure that the person will show up for court. If we're talking about fraud crime, or some sort of financial crimes or whatever, petty theft, that's not like directly involving a person or any threats of violence or any implied violence or anything like that. If we're talking about this stuff, do we want arrest and detention on all of it? I'm being nitpicky, but that's because it's better this way.
I am sickened that it is necessary. And Americans across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box to reject this chaos. With their votes, they are writing a new story, a more hopeful story. In November, I won my election by 15 points.
Yeah, the Republicans may not do very well in the fall, although that's somewhat to be expected, but how much it is problematic. But yes, the party in power tends to lose in the midterms. So that's to be expected. And the Republicans are already on the razor's edge in both houses. So yeah, they'll probably take a loss.
Okay.
I mean, to how big that loss is debatable. Right now, it's not looking great, but we'll see.
But you're looking great, Kurt.
Okay.
And we won 13.
Nick, I think, likes the act to detaining, especially girls. Me? I don't like that. But are you saying Kurt does? His radiator is full most of the time. It's got a no vacancy sign on it now. Kurt, okay, yeah. I thought so. Yeah, he's got like a Hey There Delilah song to the next one coming off the radio.
New seats in our state legislature.
Yay.
Hey there, Delilah, what's it like?
Because voters decided they wanted something different. Our campaign earned votes.
You've been handcuffed for so long, but tonight I will unlock it. Yes, it's true. Think of all the things we're gonna do. I'm here for you. Oh, it's what you're gonna eat. Oh, it's what you're gonna eat.
From Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. Because they knew as citizens they could demand more, that they could vote for what they believe matters, and that they didn't need to be constrained by a party or political affiliation. This is happening across the country.
Oh. This casserole goes pretty hard, but you'll have wine with a retard. And I'll look at you like you'll never get away. Sorry. I'm going to have to put that song together at some point. The Hey There Delilah parody song of Kurt grabbing the next one off the radiator coils.
New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory.
If they win 20 or more in the House, what will my takeaway be? I don't know that I'll have any particular takeaway, to be honest. If we lose the majority in the House, which seems very likely, then anything else after that is sort of just bonus for the Dems. So I don't know that I'll have any particular takeaway, but I'm more...
His wrists are breaking in real time with that lisp. What's going on, Kurt? Stop. You. Don't do that.
A legal analysis channel than a political analysis channel, so not really my domain. Guys, says Spam Hamburger is running VA into the pit of hell with the biggest bait and switch ever, just like Islami Kami Mandami did to New York City. Nice alliteration. I do appreciate your super chat very much.
Wait, what? Wait, what? What alliteration? That's not what happened there. That was assonance, I think. Let me check. We got to go back. You have to go back. I didn't hear any alliteration.
I don't know that I'll have any particular takeaway, but I'm more of a legal analysis, and anything else after that is sort of just bonus for the Dems. So, way to be honest.
Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory.
If they win 20 or more in the House, what will my takeaway be? I don't know that I'll have any particular takeaway, to be honest. If we lose
well, there was no alliteration there. I think, no, it was the next one.
the majority in the House, which seems very likely, then anything else after that is sort of just bonus for the Dems. So,
bonus.
I don't know that I'll have any particular takeaway, but I'm more of a legal analysis channel than a political analysis channel. So, not really my domain. Guys, says spam.
Okay, JC the Music Man, you're asking, what did you miss? Right now, you missed this, but you can watch it now. We're going to watch Kurt identify what is happening as alliteration when the word he's looking for, I'm pretty sure, is assonance. But I wasn't ready for that comment, so I had to go back and check it.
Spam Hamburger is running VA into the pit of hell with the biggest bait and switch ever, just like Islami Kami Mandami did to New York City. Nice alliteration. I do appreciate your super chat.
There actually is earlier a tiny bit of alliteration because there's two B's, but that's not what he was referring to. He's referring to Islami Kami Mandami, which is assonance. Assonance is the sound of vowels inside of a word being repeated. Necessarily inside, because if it was vowels at the front of the word, it would be alliteration still, but it's a particular vowel sound being repeated multiple times in a row for dramatic effect, vocal flair, whatever. It's a wonderful thing. I love it. I love assonance. I'm an assonance man, actually. I love plumbing the depths of assonance, if you know what I mean. Exploring all of its dark and winding corridors. But no, that's not alliteration. Alliteration is the repeating of the same opening sound of a word, typically a consonant, typically a plosive consonant, although sometimes the soft ones. Sometimes the soft ones.
Chat very much. Where I live in Virginia, Nova, Northern Virginia.
What's the pattern on my shirt? Here. So it's almost like a paisley over these stripes, like these stripes are a real the stripes are a really odd palette. It's like an earth tone mix, but it's not browns and tans. It's maroons and navies and forest greens, and then this sort of gold tan filigree running through all of it, and which goes into like some paisley patterns throughout. It was a while. Like when I saw it, I was like, "That's a cool shirt. I've never seen that at all." But that's because I've never been inside a souped up Chevy Nova.
Alexandria, principally, Fairfax County. Yep, right on the border of DC. Yep.
What's my Cash App? Cash Up is what you wrote, but Cash App is $$ Rekieta Law. I can get a. Hold on. I think I can get a link to it real quick. Oh, I also have a Ko-fi. I'm Rekieta Law on people call it coffee, but KO-FI. Let's see, what's my account? Yeah, it's just $$ Rekieta Law for Cash App. So I should probably put those somewhere. But see, here's the thing. I like having the flexibility for people to to do that. But it gets a little distracting to go and search for and maintain keep all of them open and monitor them, because they don't all go to the same place. There's got to be something that aggregates all this stuff, but I never looked for it. So, yeah. Here we go.
That's where I lived.
Democrats flip state legislative seats in places like Georgia, Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run in the spirit of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know this story well. I first ran for office in 2018 alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping 41 seats in Congress. In my case, I was the first Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are
swinging, I'm an expert. That's a joke. Not. That was put on me and wasn't real. A bunch of other stuff was, but that may be slightly analogous, but not that. But I did meet a bunch of those guys, and they're a different breed. I gotta say, they are a different breed. It's a little bit interesting being around them.
Stepping up now to run will win in November because Americans.
Ms. Vixen, that would be so. I unironically think an OnlyFans would be a really fun thing to do. But I promised myself and Lady Rackets that I would never do that because we have children. And it's going to be weird, right? Like that's going to be weird. So I think OnlyFans is going to normalize and really change the way that the sex industry is perceived. And I think the normalization of it, people are really worried about it. I'm not worried about that so much. I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I don't know how they're going to safeguard that, right? I don't know how they're going to safeguard that, because you can only imagine like the conventional way of, I guess, looking up, perusing pornography is to go to a pornographic website, I guess, and then like browse the wares. What if you like see your dad's junk? Like you're just browsing and you're like, oh God, I recognize that tattoo. No. Oh, if you like, and that's going to happen a lot more in the future, which is awkward to think of. Like kids are going to stumble upon their parents' casual pornography. You think it's destroying men and women? I don't. But here's the thing. This is a lot to do with just how I perceive the world in general. And I don't mean in completely divorced of like sexuality or anything like that. It's not about the content there. We are sticky people in our morals, traditions, and in like cultural norms, right? Cultural mores. So all of that is very sticky, but they do change, and the changes happen in quantum leaps. They really do. It's kind of weird how physics permeates into everything. Everything happens the same way our physical reality occurs, which is kind of cool. But things do move in quantum, so it like will build and build and build and be countercultural in the background. Then suddenly everybody's wearing baggy jeans and crop tops. Out of nowhere, we go from fat people to you better be skinny again, like because your stomach's out. And no one wants to see a stomach hanging over those low-rise, cannon cuff leg jeans or whatever. That'd be very weird. A big fupa hanging over you. Well, now I'm depressed. But okay, so like that like hung in the background, and then all of a sudden like a light switch. It's everywhere. It's the most popular thing one spring. Very weird. OnlyFans is going to do that. It's going to effectively kill the porn industry. That's going to be gone. Which is going to be, that's, I think, good. I think ultimately it's good to kill the porn industry. I'm not so judgmental about it, or about the actors, the actresses. I am judgmental about like the monsters in the porn industry, and they are there. It's not all of it though. You know, a lot of it is, it's legitimate, degenerate business, legitimate in the fact that they're non-criminal. They do things in very specific ways. Most of the industry, if they didn't, it wouldn't stay existing in the way that it does. But there are lurking around every corner, and it's a risk in every production, we'll say. It's a risk in every production. There are true monsters in that industry. Don't get me wrong. And I do think that it's exploitative. If you're going to have pornography conceptually, OnlyFans brings more of the income directly to the creator. However, the thing with democratization of opportunity, no matter what it is if you don't have recognized and established power structures, right? You will have pimps take their place because pimps are funny. And so there will, and it's going to be a different kind, different shape of pimp because it's going to happen primarily digitally. And the pressure isn't going to be like a backhand and with some baby powder on it, right? It's going to be personal and financial digital ruin. The crushing of your ability to engage in society by smashing your online reputation. And so they'll act like they did to VTubers, like HoloLive. If you guys don't know about VTubers and HoloLive, we used to talk about this a lot on the channel because it was more of a common subject with the people at the time, since I had covered a bunch of anime stuff. But VTubers are effectively, instead of me being here, you would see an animated thing that was synced up to my mouth. So or my voice. So when I talk, its mouth would move, but it would be an animation. So you would never see me, right? HoloLive presented this great opportunity for people to stream and be VTubers. But what kind of came out was that they were extremely exploitative with extremely high pressure schedules, like downright unfair or exploitative contracts. They would keep 50% of the revenue that was generated, and they would own the intellectual property of the character and the animated digital assets. So if you quit HoloLive, the empire that you built and the character that you developed isn't yours, and you can't take it with you. And a lot of these people signing up didn't really realize that they wouldn't own their own work. And literally, like, they ended up not owning their own videos. They didn't own their own, the characters. So they couldn't make new stuff. They couldn't bring their communities. That whole system was predatory. OnlyFans, when it becomes a primary pornographic delivery service, that's what's probably going to happen. There will be companies that swim in the ocean of OnlyFans and represent people and offer, their connections and their promotions to boost them up and to give them, to get them there. And the things that they'll threaten them with is very scary to think about. So who knows? We'll have to deal with all that. But I do think the U.S. could use a little bit of a relaxation pill on sex and sexuality in general. I think we have a weird approach to it. But, I'm interested to see how it changes the world. I don't have an OnlyFans account. I don't want one. I don't have any reason to have one or anything like that. And I don't even have like the free account to go check out or whatever. So I've never actually like used it or browsed it, and I don't have any desire to. The main thing that OnlyFans offers over conventional pornography is the ability to at least pretend to interact with the with the celebrity, right? It's got parasocial tools built in. Now it's probably a Pakistani man or woman responding to you, whose name is Hector Sir, and not like Tiffany or Sabrina or whatever you're looking at. But it's still there, and it gives that level of immersion and interactivity that you can't get by just screaming at Riley Reid on your big screen. So that's the big advantage, I guess, that it has. And in any event, like I definitely I have enough social interaction that happens. I don't need to have it attached to anything like that at all. Holy shit. What a mess. So I've never had an account. I don't ever intend to get one, but I don't shame people who do it. And I think it will normalize. And then I trying to like visualize the silly dramatic stuff that's going to come up is weird. But we think of it the way we do, and we go, oh my gosh, like these kids are going to see their or these kids' friends are going to see their mom and blah, blah, blah. Eventually, it's going to be all of their moms anyway, and no one's going to give a shit. But there will be like the transition period as it moves into fully normalization, where there will be a significant amount of parents who are available to see on OnlyFans, but where it's not quite socially accepted. And we might be in that phase now. But then it's going to move through, and it won't be a big deal. It's a big deal for us because we didn't grow up with that at all. So, a sex worker as a parent is very taboo for us. But it's weird to think that it probably won't be. It won't be forever. So I don't know what that's going to do. I don't know how that's going to change things. But I know that we probably aren't going to stop it. And so I'm just more interested now in what it's going to be like, how it's going to work out. Let's see. Solid says there's also a pendulum effect. So the more it swings to OnlyFans being accepted, when the culture changes again, the more extreme it's going to be. Possibly. Yeah, when it changes away from OnlyFans acceptance, I see. This is making you sad. Don't be sad. You can always choose to never participate. Alex Scott Thompson is a YouTube member. Thank you for joining up. And here we go.
You at home know you can demand more, and that we are working to lower costs. We are working to keep our communities and our country safe, and we are working for you.
I live in Houston now. Yes, I used to live in Fairfax.
Stop telling women you live in Houston. It's weird.
Now I live in Houston.
In his farewell address, George Washington warned us about the possibility
I lived in Fairfax for like 15 years.
Cunning, ambitious,
now I live in Houston.
And unprincipled men rising to power.
Wait a minute. All their moms in the same video too. It's titled Best PTA Meeting Ever. Oh my God. I just prefer to, no matter what the context is, I just prefer to interact with people personally. And yeah, I don't know. That's my preference. So I just can't get into it. I don't want to. Like I have friends who are OnlyFans creators, and I don't know if I should, like, that's another thing. It's like, morals aside, the question is, should you want like a completely platonic friend, but that's their work? It's like, should you want to see it? Like, I don't know. It's awkward. So I just try and avoid all that. What a mess. What a mess.
Does this YT know his micro penis why his dating pool is shallow?
His micropene is why his dating pool is shallow. Dude, the pool is shallow because he cannonballed in there and there's no water left.
But he also encouraged us, all Americans, to unite in a common cause, to move this nation forward. That is our charge once more, and that is what we are seeing across the country. It is deeply American and patriotic to do so, and it is how we ensure.
Guys, says, I didn't know that our forefathers were Bolsheviks. Cute. Yeah.
Sure that the state of our union remains strong, not just this year, but for the next 250 years.
Yeah, the new bullying. My mom's videos make more than your mom. Yeah. Well, my mom fists herself, not like your mom. She's a fist of whore.
As well, because we, the people, have the power to make change, the power to stand up for what is right, the power to demand more of our nation.
You guys have completely distracted me from caring about what
May God bless
Curtis
the
said.
Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless the United States of America.
Well, at least she kept it short. Thank God for that. So she kept it short. I do appreciate that.
I don't appreciate when they keep it short. That's no fun.
And that was Democratic governor.
Well, I guess that's the end of that stream. That's very exciting. So only 20 minutes. So I appreciate the keeping it short. Just a lot of platitudes and nonsense. Yeah.
Spell platitudes backwards.
But
Kurt.
like, yeah. So I didn't kill myself. So that's nice. I made it through without,
Subjective.
Actually harming myself in any way. So that's a real plus.
I don't want Kurt to kill himself.
So
that was a joke.
All that good stuff. And I thought overall for the parts of the State of the Union that I heard, it sounded fine.
Well, there's a comment. I've been around a long time. You don't see that one too often. I got asked to be fisted for years and not know what it was. Who was asking? Was that a he or a she asking you to be fisted? Wait, you got asked to be fisted. Were they asking you to give or take? Mr. K has become a member. If that's too personal, you don't have to answer, okay? Like, you don't have to answer that. But it's like, random men. Were random men asking you to shove your fist into them? What are you into? I am also very curious about this, though. That was the best way you could say that. Oh, so they asked you to do it to you. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Only one man asked me to peg him. Did you do it?
To me. And it sounded good. And then I did like, although it's a little, what would you say? A little bit showboaty, but I did like him giving that 100-year-old veteran the Medal of Honor. That was kind of cool. If a little bit,
kind of cool. It was baller as hell.
A little bit pompy, but that's okay. It's pompy in honor of the troops, I guess.
I too wanted to know the answer to that. Yeah, it's one of those things where you're like, I didn't want to ask that question, or I hadn't even thought about it actually. But now that you bring it up, what's the tea?
Fine, but I did like that, and I liked, I liked mentioning Charlie Kirk. That was pretty cool, and I mentioned my
Razor Fist decided glasses were the look first. Kurt doesn't own it. Kurt wears these. I think these are blue blockers specifically. I think. But he wears them to the gym too, so I don't know. That's kind of strange to me. My glasses decision was not influenced by Kurt at all. Wait a minute. No, I didn't. I haven't had sex going on 10 years. Is that a personal choice? You're just like, nah, I'm good, fam. You said ask you anything. So. And that's a cop out. Neither of you are emulating Razor Fist. No. Like, I didn't do it because Razor Fist is doing it, but that's the first person I remember seeing who consistently wore sunglasses on every stream. I don't remember why I wore sunglasses. Oh, wait, no, I do. I know exactly why. Why I started wearing them on stream. It's because I wore those gas station sunglasses with they're blue with the rhinestones on the sides. I wore those during my HRO hearing because I wanted to dress like a giant asshole. And so I wore them there, and they produced such a visceral reaction in various places on the internet. Some people were like, he looks like Tony Stark. And other people were like, what is this dick doing? What the fuck? No respect, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, this is good. This is good. And now I'm going to wear sunglasses on stream. I think that's how it went. I don't remember wearing sunglasses on stream before that. I just remember that. But I could have the order wrong on it. You don't want to be a one-night stand, and that's what men want from me. Your bra size is 42, and people assume I'm a hoe because of the boobs. That is a weird thing. It's like they think women with big cans are like promiscuity camels, just storing up casual sex in those babies. But I don't think that's how it works. It's been a while since I took biology.
Face is getting skinnier. Thank you. I appreciate that. I am working out hard at the gym and continue to work out hard at the gym. So I'm trying to go every day or 6 days a week as I do. And thank you. I am trying hard.
Get it.
To work out at the gym and become a thinner, more.
Oh, and become a thinner, more better person is what he's going to say. More, I'm sure. I am juiced for Kurt to actually succeed all the way. I disagree with his approach because he's doing the powerlifter thing, which isn't, if he wants to be thinner, that's not how you're going to do it. And he's pushing for opposite goals. And I think that that's wrong. But that aside, I think it's been good for him. And I was everything else. I don't want to ever hang around Kurt again. I don't want to be Kurt's friend. I don't need to reconcile. I forgive him for everything he said, except for calling Lady Raggets a whore over and over. That was really uncalled for. Everything else, that was just silly. She's always been nice to him. Andy knows her personally. That was just shitty. Nothing she's done has any impact on him at all. Now, that was just a really shitty thing to do. He's trying to get to me. But he should know that I'm a callous asshole and that doesn't work. You can't let that stuff work. Because if you let that stuff work, people will do that all the time. That's not really appropriate. But you also can't that doesn't mean that I'm okay with it. I'm not. But that was really shitty of him to do. But I don't have a animosity or desire to do something about it. There's nothing to do about it. He just said some stupid shit. But I also don't have any desire to mend fences. That's on him, and that's fine. But yeah, other than that, I don't wish ill on him or whatever. And when I say that he's my favorite channel to watch on YouTube, he is. He just doesn't put out enough of the only content that's any good, which is a cooking show.
Fit on Civil. So kick ass. Yeah. What are my gains and losses? Well, I don't know that.
Oh, fuck. Georgia Ann, I am sorry to hear that. Yeah, having trauma associated with intimacy is what I considered a tragedy, like beyond other traumas. Like I think that's awful. It used to be I'm not the only one. That used to be a civil tort. It's called loss of consortium. It's whenever you would do something that would diminish or delete the ability to engage in intimacy with some sort of provable reasoning behind it. So yeah, certain types of abuse that would sexually traumatize someone would be an example of this. Also, like killing their spouse would be another example. Loss of consortium is a disfavored tort these days. But yeah, but it's just really something awful to do to someone. Josh Pacol has become a member. That is not awful. That Josh Pacol becoming a member, that's cool. That's pretty sweet. That's radical even.
I track it in that respect, but I mean, I hit my 1,000-pound club on January 15th, which was my major goal. So I hit 1,000 pounds. So I did 355 squat, 300 bench, and 345 deadlift, I think, is what it panned out to be. So I hit my 1,000 pounds combined.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. He hit this 1,000 pounds. Like, I'm proud of him. I think that's good. I think it's like seriously amazing. Husband that sued the water slide company for loss of consortium after the water jets injured her significantly. So he injured his wife. I'm not quite familiar with that one. Sounds like an interesting story.
And I have dropped weight since then because I was, pushing myself really
glad
hard.
That you're fine, George.
So I brought myself kind of down, and then I'm working my way back up a little bit to like give my body some chance to recover. So like,
we heal in our own way, and sometimes healing is just adapting to new situation. Like, well, this is what it is now, and that's okay. And if you're not pursuing, if you're not pursuing physical gratification, right? Like, you have time to do other stuff and other activity and focus on other things. And in some ways, that can be freeing mentally too, to tackle other tasks.
Right now, I probably couldn't even hit those 1 rep max numbers like right now because I'm not quite there. I dropped down to work my way back up so I wouldn't like exhaust myself.
Wait,
so
what?
I probably haven't improved on those numbers, but the hope is
you can't hit them now. You just hit him the other day. Why would you drop? What happened? I don't understand this. I don't understand this at all. Somebody tell me why would you? I'm less proud of him now. Why would you do that?
That by the end of the 90-day cycle I'm on now, that maybe I'll bring those numbers up a low, but we'll see. But I don't like track it on the regular. You don't normally do a max lift, until you kind of have to. So, so it's a little bit hard to say. You need to work on tone, not mass. I'm doing both. Yeah, I'm doing bodybuilding and that's also, I changed my programming because before I was doing 100% powerlifting and now I'm doing a 50-50 split.
What you need to do is 100% dieting. Stop it. Diet, light cardio, cut the weight out.
So now I'm doing
Not heavy cardio. Heavy cardio will make you hungry. You will fuck your diet over.
Doing 50% bodybuilding, 50% powerlifting. So I'm 50-50 splitting it, which also keeps my...
So you're not going to be good at either. Great. Good work. God, why? Like, lose the weight, man. Just build yourself up. Become a Chad with like, a triangular shaped body in the other direction.
Makes me not gain as fast, but helps my body be in better tone. So yeah, I'm on a 50-50 split right now.
JC Music.
So I've got that going for me. So that's where we're at. So yeah.
Who's that song?
Yeah, power volume, something like that. Yeah. So we're on a 50-50
He never
split.
hit the brakes. He was shifting gears. Yeah, it was like that. The guy caught his wife cheating and then just plows into the house with a fucking 18-wheeler.
But like, I'll give you what I did today. Give me a second. I'll pull up my numbers from today. Just give you an idea what I'm doing right now. So today we did bench. We did 225 by 6. Then we went back down to 205 by 6, 205 by 6, and 215 by 6. Then we did dumbbell lateral.
Papa loves mama. Mama loves man. Now mama's in the grave. Your daddy's in the pen. That's a good song. I like that song.
Raise 4 sets of 20 at 10. We did reverse pec deck.
No, Thunder Rolls was a different song about the exact same thing. Except in that one, the wife killed the husband.
Anyway, we did 100.
The wife killed the husband because some hoe left a lipstick stain and her perfume on his white collared shirt. Can't have that shit. Can't do it. If you like the Thunder Rolls, but you get a little tired of the twanginess of country music, you should check out my friend Phil from All That Remains. Phil Labonte. All That Remains is a famous cover of the Thunder Rolls. It's a metal cover, and it's really fucking good. Really good.
100 by 10, 140 by 10, 160 by 10, and then 130 by 10.
She could
tricep push down, 110 by 10, 120 by 10, 1.
Kurt has now become an Excel spreadsheet in real time. Good stream. Read off numbers.
20 by 10. Then we did pec deck normal. 100 by 10, 130 by 10, 160 by 10. Back extension machine. 150 by 15, 180 by 15, 210 by 15, and 180 by 10. And that's what we did today in the gym. So a nice little workout.
I don't track it.
If I don't say so myself. So all that good
fucking
stuff. Do I do leg press?
Man over here.
Yeah, sometimes,
actually,
but not today.
He didn't write that down.
But
he
yes,
just
I
had
do
to
leg
do the
press
autistic
in addition
look
to
down
squats.
to remember the numbers.
Yes, I do those things. So yes, I can do quite a lot on the leg press. I can do like.
Yeah, you're a fatso. Every fat person can do quite a lot on the leg press because they have leg pressed incredible amounts of weight over the course of their life. Every time they stand up, they're leg pressing 400 pounds. So yeah, you can sit down and put out 600 as a 1 rep max. We got it. In high school, for some reason, on like the leg press machine. Now this is on a machine, so it's like kind of cheating, I guess, because you're like braced against this thing, and you don't have to worry about your bones snapping. But I could leg press well over 400 pounds in high school, even though I was a fucking twerp in every other way. Like, I don't know why. I don't know what it was, but I could leg press a shitload of weight then. I can't now. Well, I assume I can't now. I don't want to try. I'd probably break an ankle.
What was my last, like, for reps? I did like 760 pounds for reps on leg press. I can do a lot on leg press.
I did an interview with Phil.
Oh, guys, $5. Working out is ebb and flow journey now. Matter the program. Protect your joints and ligaments. Better for longevity. I do all those things.
And it was great.
So,
oh, shit.
All that good stuff. I do belt squats.
Hey. Looks like D. What sent in a Cash App, $50. Hey, thanks, brother. That's super nice. And he says, Kurt's gay. For Kurt's gay. For Kurt's gay. No, he said Kurt's gay. The 4 was added by the app. So that's what it's for. Kurt's gay. $50. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Hell yeah.
Too. I do a lot of different stuff to try to make things work. So, it's all good. But yeah, that's what's going on at the gym. So I'm feeling it. I'm feeling strong and feeling good.
I feel strong.
I have a long way to go, but hey, we're making progress. So, we'll do a mock meet again in like 90 days or something.
Mock meet.
We'll try again and see where we are on the lifts and reevaluate. Should be good. Do I feel good when I leave the gym? Depends. Usually I feel a little tired when I leave the gym. But then I get like that endorphin high a little bit later. So usually when I get home and sit down, then I feel the endorphin high a little later. So usually when I lift the gym, I'm kind of tired. But like an hour later, I feel great. So I got that going on for me. So yeah. All that good stuff.
Stupid Garth. So damn catchy.
Did you guys like the video I put out today?
Did you guys ever see that that video that Garth did about being a retarded kid? It's amazing. Why is the whole video? It's standing outside the fire is the song. And the video's got like a Down syndrome kid running around the whole time. It's like I can't believe they did that. Oh no! Real Lady Rackets shows up as I'm talking about the Taboo Garth video. Standing outside the fire. You know it, lady. Mistress Meg is joining the YouTube membership. Thank you, Mistress Meg, for making fantastic life choices. Oh.
I spent a lot of time on it. It seemed to do okay, but not great. I did this whole like kind of expose video on the colonial land, colonial thing in Houston, massive land development scheme fraud thing. So I did a whole video on that I thought turned out really well. Didn't do super great in the numbers, but I thought it was really good. So check that out if you haven't already. So
you're so boring.
I thought it was a good video. Really
do funny stuff again.
Talked about everything in some detail. So
this is almost done. I'm just trying to let him finish that.
In any event, I'm going to go ahead and sign off for now.
Okay.
So I hope you've had a good day. I've had a good day, and we'll talk again later.
Will we?
Wait a second.
Why were you like that?
Oh. One second.
No, I don't have time for that.
Your capture device. Nice. Okay, so now I have vertical video. Excellent. So I can go ahead and record that. Cool.
What do you mean now you have vertical video? I'm so confused. Now you have vertical video? Would you have a flip phone from the 90s before this? You've had vertical video forever. Yeah, Chuck Morris. Yeah. I was watching him do this because I just I was like sitting around for a little bit and chilling with Lady Ragged. So I'm like, I'm going to put this on and see what Kurt's talking about with this, with Ayatollah Khomeini getting turned into something that rhymes with Khomeini. And his coverage of it was ridiculous because it was literally pointless. So that was good. But yeah, he found time to belittle and yell at his chat. He always does. YouTube built vertical into the studio so it records and streams vertical automatically. Yeah. If you turn it on. I know. I've been doing that. There's a problem. They need
Okay. All right, cool. Now I can record video or vertical video. Very cool. Excellent.
They need some just some minor control over it though. Because like the way I have this set up right now, if I do the vertical layout, it'll only record like from my ear over to Kurt's ear. Like it records this middle quarter to middle third of the stream, and that's it. They need to give you a slider potentially, or better, they need to give you the thing that like editing software gives you, where you can grab a couple areas of the screen and do that, and build something. Because I would love to build up the video that I'm watching, for example, and have it where like it's it and I are in the vertical layout so that people can see what I'm watching. That would be good. Catch you later, Miss Sparkles. Catch you later. Here we go.
All right. I'm going to talk to you later. Until later, my friends. All is well. Cheers for now, my friends, and goodbye.
Okay, here we go.
The logic does.
Hold on 1 second. Oh my gosh. By the way, if I haven't said it to you since you've arrived, welcome to our members only show. Some of you may notice that though this is a members only show and will not be available for replay for you poors who aren't members yet, and I do say yet because your member will be in here. And I do say that to every one of them. No, but your member will be joining us at some point. We will pull you in and clinch so you can't pull out. If you are watching from the back bleachers or whatever, we're trying a new thing where we keep the show open, but only members can comment so people can hang out. I'm not sure if this is going to stay. I don't know if this is going to persist into the future because, the members only shows are supposed to be exclusive, not for you guys to just peruse with wanton disregard. But this way people can kind of see what we do behind closed doors. Okay. All right. So that was the preview, guys. That's the preview of rude ending. Everything he does is automatically rude. Everything they do it. Everything he does is automatically rude. Let's see. I do believe I promised another one of these. Hold on. Here's the last one of these I have for now. What? That's not, get away. So here we have again, this one might be a little hard to see because of like it's tall and thin, so it is formatted a little weird, but I'll try and help. Yaomi up top. Oh, this is actually two of them. I forgot. Yaomi up top says, no account should be under 1,000. Say hi and we follow you. Kurt says, hi. This is an anime avatar up top. So that's just beautiful. Fantastic. Then we have Selena here saying, name is definitely Selena and not Ramprakash or whatever. Says, I'm looking for a loyal partner for myself. Is there anyone? And then Mika, your waifu, responds, I'm looking too. Please, somebody. This barfly is definitely real, of course. And then Uncivil Law. I live in Houston. Where do you live? Can you guys even? Yeah, you can't see it with the banner. You hold. I can fix that. So yeah, there's Uncivil Law. I live in Houston. Where do you live? I love this. I love that he is just doing this. It should be illegal. I have always thought that Twitter should be illegal because it's too much funny for free. It's too much funny for free. You'd think he'd use a burner account. The responses to his simp posts are so funny. It's like, bro, on main, bro, really? So good. But see, that's the thing. He's done that on Twitter. That stuff doesn't hit your feed as much on Twitter, at least not mine, as it does on Instagram. On Instagram, right now, Instagram is just mostly people fighting, which is great. But it'll go through phases where it's like just sending me e-girl. And it's like, okay, well, like, I wasn't in the mood to look at swimsuits right now. Like, but they're nice, but I don't want to watch. I'm trying to find people in the hood fighting each other. Leave me alone. Or construction accidents. But it'll do that. And like, now I have to like, I don't know even how to check them for Kirk comments, but I know they're on there. I know he has dropped those all over Instagram. So it's a hunt. Maybe I can put a bounty out. Anybody who finds me a new Kurt simp comment on Instagram and in the wild ones, like I'll give you like a year of locals or something for free. I'm basically paying you $50 for it each time. We might make that official. I'm going to think about it. I'm thinking about it on the fly. I gotta figure that out. Oh man. Let's see. Wait, what? Oh my God, how that's literally worse than giving your routing and account number to the oil prince who promises to pay you back. Well, commenting on the post, is that what you're saying? Yeah, so if you guys are out there perusing e-girl pictures on Instagram, or if it's force feeding them to you, which is like, that's what you tell everybody. No, I wasn't looking at this. I was looking at how to turn off women pictures on Instagram, and that's what came up. Like that, it heard me. The AI is trying to stop me, but that's why I don't trust the AI, right? But if you guys are out there perusing those pictures and you're in the comments and you just see an errant uncivil law comment, I have to think of how to make this like official and we'll announce it. But for now, if you do it, I'm probably just going to give you a year of locals memberships. It's so funny to me. Okay, so we have, I'll just show you. So we have a couple things on Kurt's stuff. So here's his review of the U.S. Oh, me. He looks like a Jewish grandmother in this one. Oh, wait. So Kurt reviewing the U.S. strikes on Iran, or the UN Security Council meeting on it. This is the one that this needs to be done at some point. There's no way we finish either of these. Each of them are 2 hours long. Okay. And so Uncivil files a lawsuit, the defendant's motion to dismiss. So this is the lawsuit that he is the lead, he's the lawyer for the plaintiff. And the defendant has filed a motion to dismiss, and this is him going through that and offering his expert analysis, which is great. What else buys us a yearly membership? Right now, $50. Occasionally $40, when there's a deal running on it. Which we'll figure out. Let's see. So then we also have this. We have his Corey Richins Day 3 and 4 summary. The advantage of that is it's 25 minutes. Or we have his Supreme Court decisions, February 26th. That one's 46 minutes. So those are more manageable. He has a couple other Corey Richins summaries. He has a full day, 9-hour stream. Like, I never want to watch that in my life. Even though the preview, there's just him wiping sweat out of his eyes, which is good. But yeah, so he's got his murder trial, day 1, attorney reaction. I'm not going to do that. We watched State of the Union. So the day 2 summary. So he stopped live streaming it right away and then went to these summary videos. So the summaries aren't just long. They could be done. Let's see. But I was kind of just thinking of starting this one, but then we have to start it over. Oh, man. And see, this is decisions, right? I don't know why he suddenly stole the haircut of Michael Rooker or whatever. Or Michael Rappaport, whichever random one. I think they have the same one. So I've been trying to decide which one to do. I don't know. If you guys have any input, feel free. Trying to think what I want to do. We still have his watch videos. We could resume the watch video. Unbreaded. Actually, I do have, okay. Let's slow down a little bit. Because I do have a couple unbreadeds that were taking forever to download. I just got to find where I put them. Oh, there we go. could do this. Maybe we should take a little unbreaded detour. Would that be good for you guys? Would that be good? I think maybe. Let's see how this goes.
Unbreaded!
Okay. Here we go. I think if I... Why is it so difficult? Why is it so difficult to find these things? Was it in this one? I just had this. I don't know where it went. It's not that. I thought it was just on the desktop. It's not on that desktop. This desktop. What is happening? I was just had this open. Where is it? Oh, I see. This is my fault. I'm just being dumb. Wait, which one was this? 07. 07. Here we go. Good Lord, why is this so difficult? Invalid file type. No, it isn't. I was trying to do this natively in StreamYard, but I can do it this way. Here we go. No, not that. I just want to view. Minimal interface, I guess. All right, so here we are. Here we are with a little bit of the unbreaded. Close some of the 75 porn tabs. I don't even know where they are anymore. I'm not going to do the Popat right now because it makes me really, really warm really fast. So we'll see. Let's take a peek at this. So this is called Stop Making Me Fix Your Garbage Caucasoid Species, You Whiny Alcoholic Plagiarist. Which I think is intimate and... what? Here we go. You may have to give an introduction. Okay, so that's true. I think you've officially lost your mind, Nick. A long time ago. A long time ago. So this is Matthew Harris. Matthew Harris is the author of a manifesto, not a book, a manifesto called Death Sentences, in which he advocates for, pardon my English, we are adults here, where he advocates for the supremacy of the nigger, hard R. That is different from an Uncle Tom Black, who is submissive to the white man and the whites, and the Jews, of course, as one does. Also, that is different from the African blacks who are weak, subhuman IQ vermin trash that need to be disposed of, all according to him. All according to him. So he is an advocate that the niggers should rise up and kill the Asians. He really doesn't like them, and also some other places. And again, I apologize for the crude language of Matthew Harris, but that is quoting him. This is about Caucasoids. Now, Matthew Harris may seem like a black supremacist or a, you know, whatever, but that's not true. His favorite race is actually German blonde women. That's his favorite race of all time. Except when they sleep with Jews. They really doesn't like when they sleep with Jews. And he sends an email to the entire UC LA philosophy department that he's going to murder them with guns. And then he drives across country, buys a gun, and tries to go there. Or was it UC Berkeley? Might have been UC Berkeley or UCLA. Doesn't matter. One of the California colleges. So here we are. He wrote death sentences. Occasionally, I used to read a page of it every... I used to read a page of death sentences picked at random every stream. I'm not doing that right now. We may bring it back on a more regular basis, but right now all death sentences stuff is reserved for members only streams, and because I think it's a little niche, and that's good. But I did find a trove of his videos. These things have been eliminated from the internet. These have been eliminated from the internet. And yes, TBRHT, otherwise known as TB, or the consumption because of the TB, tuberculosis. TB says he was a professor and he wrote a manifesto. Yes, he's a professor of philosophy. He's a PhD in philosophy. The crazy thing about death sentences is it's the same theme as his dissertation. His dissertation is about inherent racial coding and identity built into your African blood, and that effectively culture is biologically genetic. I don't know if biologically genetic is right, but if that's the right phrase. What I mean is that black culture, hip hop, jazz, is baked into black DNA. That's what he literally believes. He believes like banking is baked into Jew DNA and that Hitler wanted to bake it out of them. And then he believes that mayonnaise is baked into white DNA. Also the inability to dance, and also the ability of white German women to betray him by sleeping with a Jew. And yeah, he really hates Italians as well because they're so hairy. So anyway, but he believes that the culture is baked into people by their race, not just physical characteristics. He also believes that most culture was stolen from the blacks. That's all in death sentences. It's also in his dissertation. But in his dissertation, he doesn't use the N-word as much. I think he might. I can't remember. But he doesn't use it as much as he does. And he leaves out the part about bombing all Asian cities. Because he really, I don't know if he got some bad fried rice or maybe he ate a crab rangoon and just felt deceived. But he hates them. Those little guys. All right, so here we go. Let's check out his video. Stop making me fix your garbage Caucasoid species, you whiny alcoholic plagiarist.
You can hear how hot it is. Actually, you can hear everything. But it's not where I want it to be. Tasting.
I do not know what sloppy flapping sound that is. I don't know what that is at all. I don't think it's what the funny answer is. I think he's making a sandwich or something.
That's not the whole point of it. You can actually hear how hot it is. It's only surprising because you're trained like a dog to say woof. Respond to the stuff I didn't give you. Respond to the stuff that I didn't.
You may be confused and thinking that he's on a live stream and reacting to the chat. That live stream is happening up here, baby. It's not real. It's not going on. He's not doing, there's not a chat. He's not like looking at a phone and going, oh, okay, I'm streaming. Like, nope. This is all a response to himself. That's what's happening here.
That you have we went in a direction and we called it technology because someone had a preoccupation with bullshit.
That's right. I agree.
And then you realize there are other directions. And then you realize you could put stuff away. Doing towards heaven. Doing towards heaven. Flinching and smiling are lies. They're worse than lies. Flinching and smiling might be the only truly gross things, because you can get over everything else. But if we're going to use words about if we're going to use words about being, put those words at the center, the core, the mantle,
right,
above everything, inside everything.
None of those were the same. Put it in the center, the core. Oh, okay, I'm with it. The mantle, a little bit less. Up above, that's not the center at all. That's completely the opposite. Everything. I love it. This is legitimate psychosis and schizophrenia. This man snapped. He snapped.
Everything. If we're gonna say being and I don't have to protect those. But if we're gonna, then flinching.
Flinch?
You can't forgive yourself for that.
You
can't forgive yourself for flinching.
Might as well
you can't forgive yourself. What is that? That's just another flinch.
Exactly.
That's just another flinch.
No kidding. I was
You're just hiding the flinch. And then when you look at it again, your eye goes away from it.
Your eye goes away.
It doesn't exit this reality. It's
AJ. Hey, what's up, AJ? How you doing? Is he grading student papers? No. Most of the time, I believe, you'll see the lighting change. There'll be an adjustment. I believe he's playing Grand Theft Auto 5 most of the time that something is happening while he's on video. Which makes this better, because if you imagine, if this man is not only recording, but if he has his voice chat on and like people around, like who are in proximity to him or whatever are hearing him talk about this, gosh, could you, what I would give to have been in one of those multiplayer games. But no, he's not grading student papers. He's eating something and likely playing Grand Theft Auto 5. That's what the headphones are for.
like a nervous tick. Where does it go? You just keep hiding it. You just hide it somewhere else.
Yeah.
You hide it somewhere else.
Why? Why would you hide it?
You hide it in a jitter. You hide it
Yes.
in your voice. You hide it in anger.
Yeah.
You hide it in election. You hide it in do this.
Do it.
You hide it in intoxication. You hide it in pleasure, pleasure, pleasure. Now I'm not thinking about it.
Oh, thank God.
You hide it. You hide it constantly. You hide it everywhere. You hide it.
You hide it. You just got it.
And then you hide it in, I'm going to attack you.
Whoa.
I'm going to laugh.
I am.
I'm going to make a joke. I'm going to make my foot jitter. I'm going to look away.
You want to know where I got these socks? The foot jitters. It jitters on its own or at my direction.
I'm going to pretend I'm not nervous. I'm going to have this. I'm going to buy this, open this, unpackage. Oh, I'm going to drink this, pour it in my mouth. I'm going to deliberate.
Yes.
Deliberate. I'm going to wait for this to cool down. I can't wait to get this.
Deliberate.
Jitter, 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 jitter. It's basically, it's entirely, it's exactly, why do your eyes move when you lie to yourself?
Judge Manny, I will try.
Why do your eyes search
Why do your eyes
when you can't look
believe?
at what you can't?
Why do we find what we ain't seeking?
You can't look at it. Only thing you exist for is to put it back.
That's right. Ah, no! Dang it, no! Ah! I pressed the wrong button. I'm sorry. I can get back to it. Hold on.
That's not the whole. Was you trained like a dog to say woof? Bullshit. Then you realize you could put stuff away.
Oh my gosh. I need to have this man on my show. The hard part about that is he is in an institution, and there are large men in white shirts that stop you from doing this. So this man is poetry person, turquoise writing headphones. What? Oh, it's the emoji. That's a very descriptive emoji, but there it is. It's right there.
Doing towards heaven. Doing towards heaven. Flinching and smiling are lies. They're worse than lies. Flinching and smiling.
Okay, there's
might be the only truly gross things, because you can get over everything else about being.
I'm trying to
say
get back,
being an eye.
back to
I don't
our
have to protect those. But if we're. And then when you look at it again, your eye goes away from it. You just hide it somewhere else. In pleasure, now I'm not. And I'm going to attack you. I'm going to pretend I'm not nervous.
There we go.
I'm going to have this.
It's about here. So
I'm going to buy this, open this, unpackage.
Unpack it.
Oh, I'm going to drink this, pour it in my mouth.
No, wait, we already saw it.
I'm going to deliberate. I'm going to wait for this to cool down.
I'm okay.
I can't wait to get this. Jitter, 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 jitter.
Rhymes with.
It's basically, it's entirely, it's exactly, why do your eyes move when you lie to yourself?
Why do they move? When you lie
Why do
to
your
yourself?
eyes search when you can't look at what you can't.
Yeah, he was arrested before he actually hurt anybody. He was on his way to it was UC. I think it was UC Berkeley. He was on his way, and he had told the philosophy department to prepare for a 9mm breakfast, and he did procure a firearm. He was going to he was going to put himself in a position where he could pull off like a shooting. You never know if someone's going to actually do it. But he was arrested beforehand for the threatening emails that he sent. And they're very clear. I will murder all of you. Get ready. And so he was arrested, and they were charging him with, these terroristic threats. But the judge made a determination after an evaluation that he was not fit to stand trial, and he is presently institutionalized and will likely remain institutionalized for the rest of his life.
You can't look at it. The only thing you exist for is to put it back.
We're not sure he didn't kill someone.
You know it shouldn't be where it is.
We are sure he didn't kill who he said he was going to kill, or who he told was going to get killed.
You know it shouldn't be where it's his.
Should not be where this is. I agree with that. Homie, you doing some ASMR?
The only way you
maneuvers.
Heaven
isn't too far away.
Is to put it back. It's not yours.
Put it back.
And it's not doing anything for anything. It's not doing anything.
Harriet, hard-hearted harbinger of haggis. Oh, that's a great movie. We had love, not just sex. Is she Mrs. X? I had to run for my life. If you haven't seen So I Married an Axe Murderer, it's Mike Myers or whatever, and it's a very funny movie. Very funny movie, highly recommended.
Only existence. That heavens, the only heaven.
Carrie Underwood had that song, I Want to Be Inside Your Heaven. I always thought that should be sung to her rather than from her. It doesn't make sense to me. Can you? I don't know how to figure that one out. I really don't. Like, it's one of those things where, like, you would sing it and it'd be, like, cheeky and gross at the same time. But you'd be like, no, I didn't mean that. I didn't even think of it. But she always, like, she sang it. And I was like, well, that's weirder. I don't get it.
Just stop looking for it. Stop trying to have it. And stop trying to hold it. You are grasping at it.
Good night, Mama Bear Leo.
You're grasping at everything.
Yeah, everything.
You're trying so much.
We are at 81 members, which that's striking distance again.
Let me belong to this by not taking my hand off of it.
From triple digits.
And that gives me...
It's kind of crazy. I don't think we're going to get there.
A little bit longer.
It's possible.
And that's all you are.
That's all you are. But of course, your memberships and gifted memberships are appreciated.
Let me hold this. Let me hold this. Let me hold this.
And loved.
Let me hold this and not put it back.
Really love how you help other people participate.
That's why it never happens, and it never will.
It's really awesome, guys. And I mean, it supports me too, which is also nice, I guess.
You already know.
You already know.
That's why you can't say heavening. It would heaven.
It would heaven.
It would heaven. It's not an obvious statement. It's not an obvious statement because you can't look at it.
Oh, see, there it is. There it is. Miss Femme Natal. Okay. I didn't realize this was the unbreaded guy. I pictured an old white guy. No, the unbreaded guy was a young philosophy 101 professor. Now, he was only a professor for 1 year. He had an interesting grading program. He had a very interesting grading program. If you were a sexy woman, you got an A. And if you weren't a sexy woman, you got fuck you. That's what you got. It was so bad. It was so bad that the college went in and passed everyone. I think they took away the grade of the class and put everybody as a pass. So it wouldn't impact GPA in any way, like just be completely neutral. Or they gave everyone an A. It was one of those two. I can't remember which one it was. And then Matthew Harris hacked back in to his own profile and changed the grades back to only give the hot women A's. And they had to do it again. But this time they got the IT guy to lock him out of his account better. He's so funny. And he did it like openly. That's just how it was. Like that's what it was.
It's not an obvious statement to you because obvious just means something that is already there that you have to look away from.
You have to look away.
Because you're so committed to looking away from it. Oh, I didn't say you're not ready, but maybe I did. Maybe I said you're not worthy.
JC Music Man, I do think the ship of Theseus has
because heavening
to humans.
Heavening was already there. It doesn't matter what I call you. I just told you where it is. It's right there.
Right there. You should have seen it earlier, but you weren't looking, hiding from your eyes.
What I feel about you, that's just you looking away from it. You're looking at me. You're lost. You are lost, and that's what it is to lose.
Justin Ung, I gotta say, you spelled prophet, truth-sayer, anointed one, enlightened one. You spelled all that wrong when you said he's an idiot. He was not teaching racist classes in university. He was teaching the truth. And he was not literally a diversity hire because they actually read his, presumably read his dissertation. So they weren't a diversity hire. He was a specialty hire.
To be lost is to look at me. Is to look around. You know it isn't round, but looking around is the only thing you do. Maybe if I hold on to these, maybe if I hold on to this, grab, grab, grasp, grab, grab, grasp. Tick, tick.
Oh yeah, Aussie reminded me here. He says he sent porn to his female research assistants too. And if I'm not mistaken, it was his porn. It was him. Which is... Listen, you can get this A and you can see this D. Thanks for reminding me, Aussie.
Tick. Where's the next thing to grab on? Hold on to these. Hold on to these.
Where is it? I mean, it's just casually solving
You
the
don't
universe
have to go.
over breakfast.
You just have to put things back. And in heaven, I'm going to give you a gift.
Now, yeah, why would I want a gift? I don't think you should give me one either.
Going, leaving, going, whatever. Dying, birthing. Shut the fuck up. Is it that impressive? Is it that impressive?
It's not even hard.
Is it that impressive? Hold on. How old are you? How many times have you seen... Here, I'm going to pull a baby out of a hat.
How many times have you seen people pull a baby out of a hat? I can't even... I'm not Asian. I can't count that high. If birthing were hard, women wouldn't be able to do it. So we know it's simple. Stop complaining. God.
Birth is a hat trick. Put everything back in the hat. I mean, put them back.
Okay, listen. We need to address something he just said right there. He said, when have you not seen a baby pulled out of a hat? So obviously we know that babies come out of vaginas. So the hat is a euphemism for vaginas. And then he said, put everything in that hat. Just put everything back in the hat. Look, that's going to be rough on y'all when we get to like the dresser. So prepare yourself, I guess.
In the hat. And then heaven happens. What the fuck else could it be? I love that question.
I love it.
What the fuck else could it be?
What could it be?
It back. There's just stuff to put back.
There's stuff you gotta put back.
It's like I said, Killer is the only cleaner. Killer is the only one that cleans.
Yep.
Why would I tell you that much truth? Well, why wouldn't I? If Killer's the only one that cleans, what else is there really for me to say?
I don't know.
Killer is the only one that cleans. And cleaning is like the only religious act.
Cleanliness is godliness, right? You're close to godliness anyway. So I agree with that.
The way you get rid of that feeling that you're trained like a dog to say woof and to be satisfied. Like imagine if I was satisfied at the end of every sentence I said. That's like flinching. It is like flinching.
It is like flinching.
It's like looking away.
I was wondering when we
every time you do it, you're just not letting it heaven. Killer's the only one who puts things back. And the more that you don't let it heaven.
The burp was so out of place for the rest of this. This is like hard as nails lunacy staring into the void and telling it how reality should be. As if the void is unaware that reality happens within it. And all of a sudden just burp. Just a little one. Just a little burp. Galaxy Gas Shop USA says, Aussie Overlord, how's your PS5? It's showing its age. There you go. How's your PS5? It's showing its age. Sunderwear, you're just not enlightened yet, but you'll get there. It's like when Jesus told the apostles that you'll speak or I will speak and people will not understand.
It's the only reason you're self-destructive. Stop looking for exactly. Stop with the angles, vertices.
No vertices.
Perpendicular. Perpendicular. Stop with that.
Stop it. I know you guys are perpendicularing.
You act like you've never rode a bike in a circle.
Have you? Never rode a
Now
bike.
I'm gonna ride a bike around a corner.
Yes. Yes. Around a corner.
How about you don't? You just put it back.
You don't even
You are
have to.
self-destructive by just existing. Put it back.
Put it back. You don't have to go around the corner.
Your existence is entirely self-destructive. And you're just delaying heaven.
Your existence is entirely self-destructive. This is an interesting philosophical point. The leading cause of death is life, ultimately. So your existence by nature, due to entropy and the progression forward inexorably into the next moment, increases the inevitability of death, which means you are destroying yourself by being. So that was cool. I like that. That was good. Miss Femme Natal says, Nick, I have so many questions. First, how did you find this fascinating being? So the way I found this fascinating being was when he was arrested, there was a news story. And the news story said that he had a manifesto and he was arrested for terroristic threats based on what was in his manifesto. And that was not an accurate news story. So I immediately hear that and I'm like, well, that's a First Amendment issue, because just writing a manifesto or a book or whatever you want to call it, almost by definition can't be a terroristic threat, because if you're just publishing a book into the world, you're not forcing someone or guaranteeing that someone will receive the message that you're trying to send. Also, you run into imminence issues. How can you imminently threaten someone if you have to go through the process of writing it down and publishing it and then hoping they eventually get it, right? So I'm like, oh, this is a First Amendment issue. You can't terroristic threat me. Like, what are you talking about? And so I go look into it. It turns out the terroristic threats were over the emails where he very plainly told his colleagues, like, no, I'm going to come murder you with guns. But then I started reading the manifesto, and the manifesto is something else. It has quite a few racial slurs in it, for a beginner anyway. And yeah, he is absolutely fascinating. And then found these videos. These videos they're out there. I don't want to say where you can find them. They're out there. But the archives that still have them are, like, even those, a lot of them aren't there anymore. They took all of his stuff off the internet.
I didn't even say, not on my watch. I just told you what it is. It's what you are. I'm not going to let you, obviously.
I think it would be fascinating to try an interview.
I'm already putting you back.
But I don't know how you could even do that.
You are just...
I think you'd have to go in person.
Stupid.
Yeah, idiot. I think you'd have to go in person to the place, get permission, do the interview with protection.
Stop making me fix you.
Yeah, I don't want to fix you. Oh, I forgot to update the number. Okay, so there we go. There we go. That was... We're actually up at 80, 83 or 84. Sorry. 84 members. I don't know. Sometimes I've been bad at updating these. 84 members so far. Our member ticker is brought to you in full by Kurtz, dating advice, cosmetology, and chicken shop. This is a leading technology informational ticker powered by the biggest AI out there, which is Attorney Intelligence, and it is paid for and possible only with the significant resources brought by Kurtz, dating advice, cosmetology, and chicken shop, your one-stop shop for romance. Your one-stop shop for nutrition, and your one-stop shop for self-appreciation. Kurtz, dating advice, cosmetology, and chicken shop. Okay, what do we got here? What do we have here? What was I doing up here? I feel like I had another purpose. So I'm going to pull up. We'll do one more. I still need to download some of these. Let's see what this one was. Oh, this is promising. This isn't horrifying at all. What are you talking about? Holy snap. Woo!
Drink my shit. Drink my shit.
Holy shit! What is this? This is so good. This is exactly like what they... Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman investigating a maniacal murderer. And they find his old cassette player, Sony Walkman, with the little thing that latched so it wouldn't pop open and drop your cassette tape on the ground. And you're like, what is this? And Brad Pitt puts it on. Just break this set down. Whoa! What is that? This is exactly what like Kubrick would have put in a movie. The background music of a Marilyn Manson song. It's cool. He's got to have a conservative, right? Like, he's got to have someone in charge of this stuff. It's not cohesive as a single piece, but the individual components are all cool. You make a wicked, like, mobile game soundtrack out of it. mean, imagine you kick open a door to an apartment. It's got a flickering fluorescent light, and this is just pounding on the sound system in the apartment. That's nuts. I don't want to sit and listen to all of it because there's 12 more minutes of this song. I don't want to do that. Did demons start talking in the background? That was me, I think. I was like, whoa. Yeah, that was me if you heard that stuff. Don't worry. You weren't being like vexed with satanic ritual.
I'm not awake enough to appreciate this industrial groove.
Gin Lemons. That was wild. That was wild. Hold on, let me see. I didn't know that existed at all in that capacity. What do we have here? Oh yeah, here we go. The world in my bed. I got a huge dick. Which is really that is a good title for a children's book or an adult book. Where did I get this music? I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it because I can't, even if I show you where I got that, I can't individually tell you what each video is because the downloads aren't titled this way. Maybe I'll put it up on Locals or YouTube or something at some point. Wait, who's got to get out more? Did Matthew write that? I mean, I assume so. I assume he produced that music. Wait a minute. Why do they feel the need to say they have a huge penis? Huge penises are the worst. Say, what? I mean, comically oversized ones, I would guess, but like just run-of-the-mill huge penises, the worst? I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know if I believe you. Okay, let's see what he's got. This is a very short one.
What's the world made out of? What is it made out of?
Okay. That was good. That was thorough, I would say. Oh my God. Can I ask him next time I see him? Ask who? Ask him? I've never met him in person. Oh man. It's just wild. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit. I want to see Kurt's summary of the Corey Richins. I don't know that we're going to do all of that video, but I want to see what he's got to say about it. So this is his day 3 and 4 summary. He decided to combine those. Oops. Find one of the actual unbreaded videos. It's hard to describe how hard it is to find specific stuff. I need to go back to the source and download all of them, but the downloads were the downloads would take like 30 and 40 minutes a piece because they're on like shared, like what do you call them, FTP, right? Like file transfer protocol or whatever. They're on like these shared FTP servers and stuff like that. They're not easily identifiable as to what is what. So, but I need to go just get all of them, but like 60% of the links in there are broken too. So here we go. Let's take a peek. This is Corey Richins' day 3 and 4 summary. I've watched the trial, so I kind of remember day 3 and 4. I think day 3 was the short day. We go from one psychopath to another.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to One Civil Law. I hope you're having a great day. And for today's stream, we're going to do a summary of day 3 and day 4 of the Corey Richins trial. Day 3 was abbreviated. There was only like 1 hour of testimony. The judge had some sort of other commitment and so was unable to participate. And then it looked like they were intending to come.
His eyebrows are playing jump rope in the hood. Like, watch these things. It's crazy. Particularly our right, his left eyebrow. Give this thing a peek.
There's only like 1 hour of testimony. The judge had some sort of other commitment and so was unable to participate. And then it looked like they were intending to come back, but it kind of never really happened. I guess because whatever else that judge had was, went longer than it was, or otherwise didn't feel like there was enough to justify coming back for the day. So it's one of the reasons we're doing consolidated day 3 and day 4, because not too much happened day 3. At least not enough to justify a separate stream about it, it seemed to me. Okay, great. So let's discuss what happened on days 3 and 4, respectively. So we start with Chelsea Gibson, the evidence technician. The defense was, we pick up with cross-examination with Chelsea Gibson on day 3. Defense continued to try to go hard on Gibson.
Is his skin looking better? I don't think so. I think he powdered his dome. But maybe it is. Maybe it's improving. But when I saw him today, he looked he looked haggard again. So I don't know.
Core theme continued to be investigative incompetence. The team searched the house 10 times over nearly 4 years and kept finding things they missed in prior searches. So not great. And they also failed to do some evidence collection that they should have done on the night in question. So just trying to poke holes at the investigation,
But that's not true. There wasn't an investigation. There was a death, apparent. I don't want to say. I'll say apparent incidental death. There wasn't anything to give them a clue at the time that this is anything more than someone dying from some sort of cardiac issue, heart failure, or they would, eventually learn that there were a bunch of drugs in the system and that it was an overdose. I don't think they suspected overdose at the scene of the death because Corey didn't give them any information about him taking significant medications or anything like that. I don't believe, but I don't remember the testimony.
Poke holes at the searches, trying to poke holes at things that weren't done some more.
But they wouldn't do a murder
T's that weren't crossed and I's that weren't dotted. I'm not sure how much it matters, again, in the whole conclusion, but, if you want to do death by 1,000 cuts as a defense lawyer, that works, especially when you have, or can work at least, especially when you're talking about a 4-week or 5-week trial. So, nothing really matters, but you do it 1,000 times and suddenly it can sound like a lot in accumulation. So if we're trying to do death by 1,000 cuts, then fair enough. That's the only real value I can see because it didn't really have much value to me, but that's how I assess it. Anyways, what the defense tried to get out of it was on the night of the death, Gibson never entered the kitchen, never photographed the kitchen sink, never collected items from the sink, although there'd be no particular reason to on the night of death, but they didn't. Never opened the cabinets, never went upstairs or downstairs, never checked the closet where gummies were later found. Yeah, I mean, they didn't really believe that there was any reason to do that initially, on the night in question. So
it wasn't a murder investigation.
It's not surprising they didn't do those things. And I don't know that it really went anywhere, but okay. The hydrocodone bottle that was found near Eric's body was sent with his remains to the medical examiner and never returned, and it was never tested for fentanyl residue. Defense framed this as a massive missed opportunity. If fentanyl was in the old pill bottle, they'll never know. So maybe fentanyl came from there. Okay. The team returned to the house at least 10 times. Again, not.
Why will they never know? Did they not have that pill bottle anymore? Like they didn't swab all of the residue out. There's no way.
Really great. Why are we doing this many searches? Defense used this to continue to suggest sloppy and reactive investigations rather than a thorough initial work. Gibson's explanation, we kept obtaining additional information, was reframed as the defense by you kept missing things. It's like, yeah, I mean, a subsequent search might make sense, but 10 of them, that's kind of hard to justify on first blush. A letter mysteriously appeared on.
Speaking of blush, Kurt can't apply blush to his cheekbones because they're hidden behind the pumpkin ribbing of his round face. I don't even know like how much contour you would need to bring those cheeks in. We're gonna probably wrap up pretty soon here, guys. We've had a great stream so far. 84 beautiful members on YouTube. We still are 16 away from triple digits, but that's just a complete arbitrary thing. It's just fun every time we get to 100 members. It's also fun every time we get to 80 members or 50 members or 30 members, because having more people is just more fun. So I thank you for all of that. But let's keep going.
Eric's bed during a November 2024 search that wasn't there during any prior search or walkthrough. A private investigator had access to the house and tipped law enforcement to evidence at least twice. The defense planted clear suggestions of evidence.
How can they tell the difference between fentanyl versus oxy? Fentanyl can show as an opioid on a standard drug test, like a urinalysis or a blood test, but or directly testing a substance. But fentanyl isn't oxycodone or hydrocodone. It isn't that thing. It's an analog of it. So you can produce a false identification of those things, but to actually test for fentanyl has a specific and different reagent, and it produces a different result. So you have to test specifically for it. So the short answer is, how can they tell the difference between fentanyl versus oxy? It's because they're different, and they don't actually properly trigger each test. So, yeah. TB has gifted a membership. Thank you, TB. That brings us to 85 members for the show so far.
Contamination or planting of evidence, because things were being moved around and not documented and all the rest of it. Eric's brown work truck, the vehicle he used daily, was apparently never searched. His computer wasn't in the house during the search warrant and had to be obtained later from a third party.
We are very educational here.
2 witness interview recordings from Nick Bonsavage and Nancy Pearson were missing or never booked in. Eric's Apple Watch had data on it, contradicting any suggestion that it had been wiped, because that was one of the things that was suggested, that she wiped the device when she gave it to, I believe, her son, but there was still data on it, so maybe not. All gummies, except those in the jacket, were stored high up out of reach of children, which the defense used to counter the narrative that Corey was recklessly handling poisoned edibles. Defense methodically tried to show that Corey's items described in the interview, such as copper cups, gummies, the sheet used for CPR, step counts on the phone, were all corroborated by physical evidence. So that was sort of what the defense was trying to accomplish. As for the prosecution on redirect, The state got Gibson to confirm that Corey never objected to any search and that officers were aware of suspicious circumstances from the day of death. They also know that no warrant was needed if consent was given, and Corey didn't try to stop anyone, although, to be honest, you'd get a warrant probably anyway, just for the hell of it. So I'm not sure that necessarily goes anywhere, but, whatever.
Yeah, that was kind of infuriating on the... how do I word this? That was kind of infuriating on the cross-examination. The defense said that the state didn't have probable cause. It's like, what are you talking about? The state didn't have probable cause. They have a dead body. They definitely have probable cause. They may have an exception to the warrant requirement because they're already in the home. Like, they're already there. Well, I don't think that, I guess that probably wouldn't give them an exception. They wouldn't be able to search around. I'm trying to think what kind of exception you could get at that moment. I mean, exigent circumstances. If they thought in some way they could save him, if they had more information about what happened to him, maybe they could justify an immediate search, but either way. But they have probable cause for sure. And the warrant, the guy's dead. If you secure the scene, nothing's going anywhere. You can have a warrant in 10, 15 minutes.
But that was pretty thin to what the defense extracted. So overall, the defense effectively was doing the death by 1,000 cuts things of this witness, trying to show that the investigation was sloppy or incomplete, or, that people had access to things and things weren't tested that should have been, and so forth and so on. So how consequential any of that is, I suppose, is in the eye of the beholder. It didn't really feel particularly consequential to me. Didn't really feel like it really went anywhere.
I agree with this analysis. Good job,
the
Kurt.
questions and the answers struck me more in the idea of the officers, maybe were a bit sloppy. Maybe they were a bit, less diligent than they should have been. Maybe they didn't handle everything perfectly, but it didn't strike me as particularly corrupt. And it also didn't strike me that the failures particularly led to anything that would be notable in this case. But so it didn't really do much for me personally. The officers are human. The officers are human beings, and they'll make mistakes. The checklist, of course, is perfect. They were less than perfect, but did any of it really matter in the end? I'm not sure it did. But they tried to score points or tried to show these like deviations from the perfection, and tried to, in my mind at least, make them out more than they are. But maybe a different juror thinks about it differently. So, fair enough. Okay, the next witness we had up was Dr. Brianna Pearson. She is the forensic toxologist. Both sides got something from this. As for the state's case, Eric's blood contained 15 nanograms of fentanyl, which is 5 times the lowest reported lethal concentration. So more than enough to kill him. He had norephenol, which is a metabolite, at 3.3 nanograms per milliliter, confirming the body had begun processing the fentanyl before death. Gastric contents showed massive concentrations. Fentanyl at 20,000 nanograms per milliliter. Quinapine at 16,000 nanograms.
At 20,000 nanograms per milliliter in the gastric system goes like this. It goes like this. The 15 in his blood that's what it was at the moment of death. Like a snapshot. Now, not all drugs work this way. We got testimony from the toxicologist who explained it. But when your body dies, it stops digesting, which means it stops converting what's in your tummy to your bloody veins. That doesn't happen anymore. If he had not died at 15 nanograms per milliliter, it would have just ticked up and up and up and up and up until he did die. And having the amount in his stomach, since it's in his stomach, the digestive fluid and digestive system in general is going to eliminate some of that. The liver might filter some of it out, but most of it's still going to go through. But it didn't need to. It's waiting there because the body stopped processing when he stopped living. But yeah, so that tells us he wasn't going to avoid this. It wasn't a narrow accidental overconsumption of fentanyl in the way of he took one extra pill type thing. He took all of the pills, or they were all given to him, or whatever. He was not going to make it through this encounter. This is trying to solo a raid boss.
Per milliliter, and acetate fentanyl at 29 nanograms per milliliter. Acid light fentanyl as an illicit analog. Its presence strongly suggests the fentanyl source was street drugs, not prescription. Although, to be honest,
his summary is very straightforward and it's well notated. He's just got a list of the facts that are pulled out of the testimony. I don't remember the testimony specifically enough to validate that he got everything, but it seemed very thorough. I trust him. It's Kurt knowing the facts is not a thing that I'm concerned about. Kurt interpreting the facts in the way that a human does, or understanding the dangers of how other people might be interpreting them while he's representing a client. That's what concerns me in general. He doesn't human very well. The other people probably aren't robots. Also, I don't know what's going on. I could do trigonometry on this smile here. It's a right triangle. Good Lord.
No one was really disputing that. He had no prescription for fentanyl.
Good morning.
So to the extent that we need to prove it, then, great. So he had this thing that wouldn't be present in prescription fentanyl. So it was non-prescription. But he had no prescriptions in the database. So, yeah, I'm not sure that was really ever in dispute, but noted. No hydrocodone was detected, meaning that Eric hadn't taken any in the 20 to 30 hours before his death.
Oddballs.
The quinapine in the stomach worked out roughly to 11 milligrams, which is well below a standard therapeutic dose of about 75 to 250. The ethanol in the gastric fluid was equivalent to far less than one standard drink and could be plausibly based on postmortem bacterial production rather than alcohol consumption. So this is a thing that is interesting, right? Because the state's theory of the case is she poisoned him via Moscow Mule, but the amount of ethanol that we found was significantly less than you'd see in one standard drink. And so it is as plausible, if not more plausible, that the ethanol was produced naturally, namely through post-mortem bacterial production rather than alcohol consumption. So if it was, alcohol as a delivery vehicle, the toxicology didn't seem to really reveal that. So that sort of puts a little bit of a damper in the state's case.
I'll put a damper
as for the defense's cross, Peterson conceded that someone could die from fentanyl so quickly that norepinephrine wouldn't appear. So you can die from the fentanyl so fast that your body can't really metabolize it. The presence of the metabolites, according to the toxologist, means that Eric lived long enough for his liver to begin metabolizing it, which would be consistent with someone having prior exposure. So because someone who had prior exposure would be more tolerant of the poison, right? The body would be able to better process the poison before succumbing to its effects. So the fact that his body was...
That's a speculative assertion. Tolerance is something that is so highly individualized, completely unpredictable, and not empirical. I mean, we know that there is some level of tolerance. Well, we infer that there is some level of tolerance because there are higher values for some people than others. Okay. But there could be other reasons for that too. It could be how massive a person is. Now, it's a weird thing to try and figure out because drugs are measured as ratios. So, it's like a per capita type system. It's nanograms per milliliter. So it's nanograms of the drug per milliliter of fluid. But larger people have more fluid in them, for example. Typically. But this all amounts to an impossibility of any sort of predictable fatal level. They can't know it. If he has prior exposure to fentanyl and has developed a tolerance, certainly possible. Why don't we have testimony about a medical record of some sort? There should be a prescribing doctor, unless all of his prior exposure was illicit, which is possible. But we'll have to wait probably until the defense case before we get any testimony.
Able to process this and turn it into metabolites suggests that he had prior exposure, which could suggest that he was scoring illicit pain meds to deal with his Lyme disease because he had that as a chronic condition.
It could suggest that, I guess.
It could be just accidental or, accidental exposure. Or it could not necessarily be he was looking for fentanyl. It could be he was looking for other street drugs that had fentanyl in them, but suggests that he had prior exposure to fentanyl. So also potentially doing a bit of a blow to the state's theory of the case. Peterson couldn't rule out that Eric had a drink after taking fentanyl and before dying, which fits the self-administration narrative, right? So you can't, assuming that it is alcohol from a drink in his system, you can't conclude when the alcohol was taken, right? Was the poison in the alcohol? Was he taking fentanyl and then he chased it with fentanyl? Or did he take fentanyl and chase it with alcohol? You can't really determine. So we can't necessarily link the two, conclusively. Pearson acknowledged that she couldn't determine the order substances were ingested or construct a reliable timeline. Right? I mean, I can tell you kind of how long they were in there based on metabolites, but I can't tell you exactly what was taken in what order. And the postmortem redistribution could have elevated the fentanyl reading, meaning the actual concentration might have actually been lower than 15 nanograms per milliliter. So the reading might have been higher from postmortem effects and so led to an elevated number. So the toxicology is a bit devastating for the defense on the core question because it almost invariably proves that Eric died from illicit fentanyl, right? It's not fentanyl from some legitimate source. Not that was really much in contention, but the toxologist kind of proved it. Wherever this fentanyl came from an illicit source.
So that's a good fact for the state. I guess you could say it's something for the defense, but it doesn't really help the defense that it was an illicit source. That makes the story that they've constructed that she procured illicit drugs using her housekeeper to go to a drug dealer, because that's testimony that they've got. That story makes more sense if it's illicit fentanyl rather than some good, clean pharma grade fentanyl.
But the defense did some work in creating ambiguity about the timeline and mechanism, opening the door to a potential self-administrative theory. The gap in the amount of the stomach, but not the blood, is a generally interesting point dealing with absorption rates that the jury might have to figure out, which could be really challenging on the medical.
Wait a minute. Courtney says, do you think my friend could fail a drug test because his boss smokes that at their work? Smokes what? Smokes blues at his work. Can just a smoke get in his system where he'd fail a drug test? Okay, I don't know exactly what blues are in regards to smoking, but the main thing you have to worry about as secondhand when someone is consuming drugs is and they're smoking them is a hair follicle test because that exposure goes into your hair, or a sweat patch test. Either one of those, very likely to register something. Your scalp and your hair follicles on your head will absorb some of the smoke over time if you have enough exposure to it. So that's a risk there. But if it's urinalysis, or if it's a blood test or a mouth swab, you're probably not consuming enough to trigger it, unless you're sitting around like a hot box style situation. That's not legal advice, and it's not advice on the drug test at all. But that's kind of the situation you're in. Probably won't be having hair follicle tests unless the state is demanding it. Employers kind of moved away because hair follicle tests aren't good indicators of use, only some sort of exposure. Hope that helps.
Cool stuff. Then we heard from Detective Frank Root very briefly. He was the phone collection guy. He collected 2 phones from Josh Grossman. Defense got him to admit that he collected and returned the phones multiple times. In between the periods, he has no idea what Grossman did with them. And the phones were initially inoperable because Grossman said he broke them on accident. So, plant some seeds as to Grossman's credibility, I guess. We also heard from Cheney Eng To. He was a straightforward technical witness who explained how cell phone extraction is done. He talks about hash values that confirm the data wasn't altered. Defense got him to walk through.
He's on probation, so they could test for that, I think. Yeah, but they're probably not going to do a hair follicle test. Probably not.
Through the process to walk through how it's done, potentially laying groundwork for later.
Aaron,
but nothing really came through this
with
witness.
The Georgia M2 case.
Brian Holden, senior forensic scientist. This witness may have been the single most damaging moment for the prosecution across the trial so far. And
TV's right. Leaving the room, requesting a thing, being frank with your boss. Hey, they're going to drug test me. I can't be around the sort of secondhand exposure to this stuff because I don't want to go to prison. I'd like to stay, but I can't be in the same place where you're consuming this. So can we work this out? And if they can't work it out, he may need to consider finding other employment. That might be the thing to do.
Damage was entirely self-inflicted. Holden tested 19 items from the house. He was only asked to test for fentanyl, and he found no fentanyl on any of the 19 items that he tested. The defense then, through cross, pointed out that he was never asked to test for oxycodone, hydrocodone, or oxycontin. The empty hydrocodone bottle found near Eric's bottle was never submitted to him for testing. And in 4 years, no one ever asked the crime lab to test any seized item for anything other than fentanyl. So, they had their mind, fixated. The problem for the prosecution, of course, is they're alleging Corey obtained fentanyl and poisoned Eric, but the crime lab could find no fentanyl on any physical evidence in the house. Now, it might have been washed or something, but, you don't know because you didn't collect it and didn't monitor it, so you don't know what you don't know. And then no one thought to test the pill bottle that was actually next to him. So you would imagine that the defense will leap on that in closing. They'll really point out there was no fentanyl found anywhere in the house. None of the items were laced with fentanyl. They couldn't find any fentanyl anywhere. So is this woman just a magic worker, and she's just really good at, not making sure things get tainted? Maybe, but it's a gap for the prosecution. And then we heard from Carmen Lauber. And
Brian
this
is
the key witness, which we'll definitely we're gonna watch in detail, I think, because this is the big witness, right? So this is the one that, for my money,
7 members.
Lauber is
towards 100 still.
the game, right? This is the game. I think that the case rises and falls with Lauber. That's my assessment of the situation. So I think we're going to have to watch it in detail so that we can really assess it. But I'll give you a summary. Under direct examination, Lauber testified that Corey asked 4 times to buy drugs, once from Susan Collar and 3 times from Robert Crosser. She described Susan Collar's buy in early February 2022. Corey said an investor needed pain pills. Lauber fronted $600 to Susan, got envelopes of pills, and claimed she handed them to Corey in her driveway the next morning.
There were houses
the
on
first,
the hill,
the first
there were bottles of pills
Crosser buy.
that were easy to buy.
They added a 4th what?
From the oncoming storm.
A 4th buy? Or 4 times from Crosser, you mean? As to the first Crosser buy, Corey won something stronger. Lauber contacted Nicole Cummings via Facebook. Okay. Got connected to Crosser, picked up $1,000 from Midway House. Corey was flipping. Nancy Peterson drove her down Provo Canyon to Maverick gas station in Draper. Crosser sold her 15 to 20 light green pounds in a small clear baggie. She left them in a fire pit in the Midway House. She said 3 times to detectives and then it became 4. Okay. As the second buy in late 2020, in February 2022, same routine. Corey asked for the Michael Jackson stuff, cute. $1,000 from the Midway House. Pills were 15 to 20 lighter blue rounds. Corey picked them up from Lambert's driveway in Herbert. Lauber gave Nancy Pearson a couple pills as payment for driving. And the third Crosser buy, March the 9th of 2022, after Eric's death, Corey asked if Lauber still had a hookup. Corey wrote Lauber a $1,300 check with construction clean Midway in the memo line. Defense will argue this proves consciousness of guilt. Corey was still buying drugs after Eric died. Or the prosecution will rather argue that. Lauber went to the Maverick again, got darker blue pills, left them in a closet at Midway House. Lauber has to testify that after hearing Eric die, she called Corey on speakerphone with Nick Von Savage listening and said, "Please tell me these pills were not for him." Corey allegedly
shedding pills like Iranians over there, or shedding inches, I should say. Dropping inches like dictators. I don't know. It's not. It doesn't correlate. Khomeini died. What an idiot.
Responded that Eric died of a brain aneurysm. The prosecution also introduced the fake community service letters Corey gave Lauber for drug court, showing their relationship involved deception. Under cross-examination, where the money is for this one, the defense certainly tried to do their best. Key themes: there's the massive incentive to cooperate. Lauber
put the glasses back on. Those glasses are cool. Put them back on. Your eyes are beady. Like someone shoved 2 M&Ms into an entire bread dough waiting to be cooked.
Was facing 2 5 to life sentences, plus a 0 to 5 on state charges, plus a potential 20-year mandatory minimum for distributing resulting in death. Detectives explicitly told her, "You're getting a big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card from us, and the case is hinged on you, and she needs to be finishing painting the picture." Lauber told detectives, "I'll do whatever it takes, and just write it all down and I'll sign it." Woof. Then there's the bit of the shifting story. First, she said she left Susan the pills in the fire pit, never did hand-to-hand with Corey, but then she said she handed them to Corey. So there's that. First, she said the money was in the fire pit, then she said the front of the money, then back again. First, she said there were 3 transactions.
Fronted the money and back
and
again.
Then, as you noted, there are 4. That was brought out in cross, that there was 4. She originally said she left the pills in the fire pit, then a cup in a closet, then her driveway for the exact same transaction. She couldn't remember dates, names, or sequences during a 2023 interview, but claims to remember them now, clearly 4 years later.
Hey, look. Her brain is special. No, she said, she testified about this. She said, as she thought about some things, other things came back to her. That's a documented reality about how memory works. But that's what she testified to, that she didn't remember things at first. And then as, time went on, her memory got better on certain things because it came to her.
Oof. There's drug use and cognitive issues. Lauber was actively using methamphetamine and other drugs for the entire period. She claims to remember clearly. She repeatedly told detectives her brain was fried and her memory was foggy. She has a learning disability. Her drug court record shows constant failures, missed tests, positive tests for meth and benzo, lying about results, fake community service letters, all kinds of fun. Then there's the fentanyl knowledge problem. Lauber constantly told detectives.
Kurt has been donating his hair strands to a dental floss company. They take each hair and they weave them together or spin them on like the spinning wheel and make them into a yarn, thin yarn that they then wax over with a minty flavor. And that is dental floss. Could you imagine if that was your dental floss? It was made out of Kurt's anemic hairs? Ew.
She never dealt in fentanyl and was scared of it because of her own daughter's overdose. She initially said Corey asked for painkillers and opiates, not fentanyl. She said the pills from Susan were oxycodone, not fentanyl. She said the M30s were Roxy's or Oxys until Detective O'Driscoll corrected her that the M30s were fentanyl. She then reasoned backwards. Well, I guess I must have asked for fentanyl because how else would fentanyl be in my head? So Lewis is arguing the detectives put the notion in her head. And then she's testifying for the first time that Crosser told her he had fentanyl, and she relayed that to Corey, a detail absent from all 7 of her prior interviews. Woof. So Lauber is the prosecution's most important witness. For me, it's the game. Lauber is the game.
It's the game.
And she's in serious trouble as of day 4. The shifting stories, the enormous incentive structure, the active drug use, and detectives apparently essentially coaching her, gives the defense rich material. And then, of course, we're on day 5 where more cross is happening. So we will do a watch of her testimony and cross probably tomorrow.
Will we?
I would imagine. We'll spend some time on it and really do it, because for me, this is the game. Right? Because this is the only witness.
Help me get away from
and really the
myself.
only evidence you have that ties Corey to the fentanyl.
I want to fill you up.
Right? So this is, to my mind, an essential witness. There is no other evidence, to my mind, that really ties Corey to fentanyl. As we've discussed, there was no fentanyl found on any objects in the home. There was no fentanyl found anywhere else in the home. No fentanyl pills, nothing. No fentanyl anywhere. Right? But where fentanyl come from?
Oh my God.
Right? And how Corey? Why Corey fentanyl? So the only tie you have between Corey and the fentanyl is this woman. She's it. So if she collapses, for me, it's game over. Because she is essential.
The state
she is essential.
Kept her in
Without
the
her,
game.
I don't think you can convict. You don't have a confession. Corey's been keeping her story consistent this entire time. She's got her story down. She's been telling the whole story at the same time. No direct evidence. Your motive evidence is, I mean, the text messages are not great. Words from your own mouth, of course, are not great.
That's not from your mouth. No one math.
If this witness falls apart, I think it's kind of game over.
Typing with your lips. What a weirdo.
Yeah. So, we'll see how it's going, but when we watch it, but that's what's going on.
Why would you do that?
So defense seems like overall it's winning.
Your bones would
The investigative failures, which really don't do much for me. The zero physical fentanyl evidence, which does a bit more for me. And the star witness who has problems gives the defense mobile threads. The toxicology confirms fentanyl killed Eric, but we don't really know how because of these problems. The physical evidence does connect. The physical evidence doesn't connect Corey to the fentanyl, and the key witness is, well, questionable at best. So that's sort of where we are. on the whole thing.
Can you tell me where we were?
So we will do,
and where we're going.
We will do a full breakdown of this witness's testimony.
I know the breakdown.
It's the game, baby.
Everything is going to shake down.
If this witness falls apart, we can all pack it in and go
home. Tell me again, am I awake now?
Because it's just there's just not enough there.
The reason that no
so
one else
that's
is
it
living this
for
way.
Me. So we'll assess that, but it's not. It doesn't look great. So I guess I'm going to go ahead and sign off for now. We will be posting an edited video in about an hour, so I hope you enjoy that.
Fentanyl, but it's gayer and has a
we will do
haircut
some more
and
live
Ray-Bans.
later. Maybe we'll do it later tonight, depending on time and energy. Maybe we'll try to squeeze in doing a
gross. Maybe we'll do it later tonight, depending on time and energy. Maybe we'll try and squeeze in. Oh no, I don't want it. I don't want it.
Tap tonight of this key witness. And maybe we'll do it that, or maybe we'll do it tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. But in any case, until later, I've been on Civil Law. Hope you have a great one. Cheers and goodbye.
Cheers and goodbye. All right. So the purpose of all this, of course, is to assess my fellow law tuber, my colleague in arms in the war against legal illiteracy. And how do I do this? I mean, okay. You told me a bunch of facts that you believe that they elicited from testimony for each side. And that's how testimony works. You elicit facts that you can then apply on close. And then the other part of testimony is to develop for the jury a picture of each witness so that you can influence how they gauge the witness's credibility. And then you hope that they apply that credibility assessment in the way that you want them to when they're deliberating later. But the legal and practical version is to just elicit a fact. Once you elicit a fact into testimony, or you admit a piece of physical evidence into evidence, once you've got that, you can then utilize that in your closing argument. You can say, this is the fact. This is what happened. We know this because this person told you this. This person showed you their text messages where the other illiterate person was texting them. Can you imagine trying to read the text messages between the drug dealer who can't read or write and the housekeeper who can't read or write? Their combined IQ is a balmy day in Florida for temperature. Good God. How could they even know if she was requesting fentanyl? You think she could spell it? So Kurt gives us the facts that he believes were elicited on testimony. I think is probably pretty accurate. You know, I believe Kurt faithfully did that. I don't think Kurt has given me anything in regards to credibility. I think people oversell how non-credible the housekeeper was, for example. They're like, oh, she's a drug dealer and she's dishonest and blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, yeah, but if you know someone's dishonest, you know how to approach what they're saying because you know why they're dishonest. She was dishonest at the time because she's a drug addict. Okay, does that make her dishonest now? Is she trying to acquire drugs and hide it? Because that's why drug addicts are dishonest. Drug addicts aren't dishonest automatically about anything else. Drug addicts are dishonest about their addiction. They're dishonest about their use. They're dishonest about their activities, their finances, things like that. But it's all related to their drugs. Her being dishonest as an addict, you have to show me why that correlates with dishonesty about a drug transaction for someone else. There's nothing about her drug addiction that would lead me automatically to the conclusion that she's lying about procuring pills at Corey's request. What does that have to do with her concealing her own addiction? What does that have to do with her concealing her own financial situation or use? The logical lies that accompany addiction and drug abuse don't apply to this thing. So I don't find her automatically not credible. Credibility questions related to the immunity agreement, sure, but hers didn't seem that shady. The drug dealers seem shady. But yeah. So it's interesting. It's interesting. The drug dealer being oh my God. The drug dealer still having an individual education plan at his age should tell us that it's very, very possible that he completely biffed it on getting hydrocodone or oxycodone and ended up getting fentanyl. The guy's dumb. Literally too dumb to read a label on a bottle. Too dumb to remember what he was selling as far as oxy or when fentanyl hit the market. So how do we trust him on that? That's a credibility problem. Okay, stop it. My air conditioner was squealing. With immunity on the table, she can tell the truth. Exactly. Both of them can. Although, I mean, he's screwed up his testimony. His testimony was really bad for the state. The only thing that saved the state on the drug dealer is that the defense is so incompetent. So incompetent. But that all happened the next day. So Kurt wasn't talking about that. That was day 5, remember, with the drug dealer. So how do I think this will pan out? I mean, we got at least 3 more weeks of trial left. Presumably, at least the next week will be the prosecution's case in chief. I would think the prosecution might go a little longer, but this one might be different. This one might be prosecution is almost done. It'll be done, 3-4 days. The defense will take over, and maybe they need a little bit more than 2 weeks because maybe they're going to bring a significant amount of witnesses to bear on this. I don't know, though. I don't know. If they independent experts for everything to counter all the forensics that were gathered by the state. So that's going to take a while. And then any personal people who can testify to the status of their relationship. I don't know if they had any counseling or marriage counseling, but they could have someone come in and testify to what happened in those sessions, what's in the notes. Hard to say. Hard to say. You can't tell what half these are. Is this butter? No. Okay, so that's a Lemon Man, and it's because back in 2019, I was talking about this voice actor by the name of Vic Mignogna. He was the voice of Broly in Dragon Ball Z's American dubs, English dubs. He was also in Orin High School Host Club or something, and a couple others. Some big anime roles. He was an anime voice actor for like 20 years. He got Me Too'd. Long story short. Jay Sean Lemoyne, he sued the people who Me Too'd him, and then Jay Sean Lemoyne was a lawyer who represented the other side. We called him Lemons because of his name being Lemoyne. So that's Lemon Man. That's him. He talked like RFK, but worse, because the West Nile virus ravaged his lungs like they were a child on Epstein Island. Hannah Clinton was around. So he talked like this. Everything he said was really annoying to listen to. So it was great. You know about this, the Vic Mignogna situation? Do you know about it from my coverage of it, from my channel? Or do you know about it incidentally from some other place, from the outside? Remember, I had him on the show. I had Vic on the show. I don't think I ever had Lemoyne on the show. That would have been funny. Making fun of that guy to his, well, not to his face, but to his, microphone. Would have been good. Okay, so in order, the first guy is from this father-son duo down in Amarillo, Texas, who ended up shooting a man to death over a ill-placed mattress. I don't know if I have the first guy, but I have the second. Well, they're both in this. The second one is the father. The father's the one who actually did. Well, they both did the shooting. The father went to prison forever. The son was acquitted as he was firing in self-defense, we'll say. But here's the...
I doubt it.
I know it's really short, so I'll do it one more time. The I doubt it fat old man in the front is the dad, and the really statue-esque Greek Adonis in the background is the son. So those are those two.
I doubt it.
And then the third emoji there is a guy named Ron Toye. He's from that Vic Mignogna saga as well. He is the forever boyfriend of a fat woman named Monica Rial. She was a voice actress of Bulma in Dragon Ball Z, along with a host of other things. She was one of the Me Too accusers. And Ron Toye very famously and proudly told Twitter that he'd rather be a cuck with Monica Rial than to be without her. He mailed me a book on emotional intelligence, which was really funny. And I had very long Twitter conversations where he would try to bring me around, like, and fix me and stuff. And then I would take this. I told him I was going to do this. I would take his Twitter conversations and we would do these long live streams going through him talking to me. It was a lot of fun back then. It was some wild shit. But yeah, so that third emoji is an illustrated Ron Toye. I don't know which book it was. I could probably find it somewhere, but I don't. Forever Fiance. Oh, did I say Forever Girlfriend? Yeah, Forever Fiance. They were engaged to be married for like a decade. I think they may have actually gotten there. I don't remember. Trying to figure out if there's anything else that I missed. These are jelly beans. The jelly beans was one of the more insane parts of the Vic story. Vic and Monica were really good friends, and they would often be at the same convention, and they would have their tables right next to each other. And he had a big bowl of jelly beans, or she did, or something, and like he took a jelly bean and ate it, and then she had signed on the jelly bean with a Sharpie, and he's like, I'll eat it. And she's like, no, you're going to eat like Sharpie. That's not good for you. And he's like, no, I'll be consuming you. Like some stupid line because of her signature being on there, and he ate it. And they tried to say that was sexual harassment, even though they were like just homies. Oh shit, the live stream over on Locals ended. I forgot we hit the 5-hour mark. We hit the 5-hour mark over there. So I'm going to, rather than start it back up, I'm going to wrap up. I'm really tired. I need some sleep before church.